Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The IMO pauses its planned evacuation operation for thousands of sailors trapped in the strait after a cargo vessel is attacked. The death toll rises in Venezuela after twin earthquakes devastated Caracas as a woman is pulled alive from the rubble. And Europe swelters in record-breaking temperatures, but French hospitals struggle to cope as Parisians collapse in the heat. The International Maritime Organization has paused the evacuation of more than 11,000 sailors stranded in the Strait of Hormuz after a cargo ship was attacked. Iran's state TV says at least 3 foreign oil tankers that attempted to cross the Strait of Hormuz without authorization were turned back after a warning from the IRGC. Hundreds of ships and sailors have been left trapped since the start of the conflict in February. Taking to X, Iran's deputy foreign minister said safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz with ambiguous agreements, parallel routes or decision-making outside of Iran's considerations as the coastal state cannot be guaranteed. Any credible framework must be based on coordination with Iran and provisions of paragraph 5 of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding. Otherwise, the outcome will be the suspension of the designated parallel route. For more on this, I'm joined by Hamza Rifat, President of Future Initiatives. Hamza, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So it appears Iran is insisting it has the right to regulate shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, despite opposition from both the US and Gulf states. How serious is this dispute now becoming?
It is going to be very serious if this becomes a trend from Iran, because the understandings which were reached at the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding was to try and make sure that there's a complete unfettered access at the Strait of Hormuz would be open to maritime shipping, which accounts for about 1/5 of the world's oil trade. Now, Iran was very categorical. I mean, if you take a look at the statements which are coming out of Switzerland, they've said that they've had very successful talks with the American technical team. But at the same time, the IRGC, along with, you could say, the Iranian officials, have come on to X and said that, you know, it is Iran's inherent right to stop containers from actually going through. Now, there's a little bit of friction with regard to the understandings which were reached in Islamabad. They can quote as many articles as they want, but at the same time, it's about upholding the essence of the Switzerland technical talks and the understandings which were reached in Islamabad with regard to the Islamabad MOU, which was announced by Pakistan, as well as the technical talks which are going on in Switzerland. Now, with such, you could say, behavior, it seems as if Iran wants to, because the Strait of Hormuz is obviously a major sticking point between the United States and Iran, as well as the Gulf allies of the United States, including Saudi Arabia. It seems as if they want to exercise complete sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. And that would also mean that they are planning on possibly tolling the oil tankers which are supposed to go through. Now, this term unambiguous, you could say, activity, now that's open to an array of different interpretations. The understanding was that the Strait of Hormuz would be opened unconditionally. And the fact that Iran and the IRGC, along with, you could say, certain officials are claiming that this is basically up to us, is definitely going to compromise confidence-building measures which have been witnessed in Switzerland, regardless of the optics of the technical talks which have just taken place.
And it's really interesting because both sides don't have much trust in each other. And as you did mention, this peace agreement has called on Iran to ensure safe passage of commercial vessels. Yet we have seen this attack and 3 vessels being turned around without authorization. Do you think this raises serious questions about the willingness from Tehran to uphold the deal in good faith, which we've heard the Americans speak about so much?
Absolutely it does, because if you want to uphold the essence of the understandings and the technical talks which are going on in Switzerland, and if you want to abide by the essence of the MOU, which was announced by Pakistan and obviously brokered by key countries such as Turkey, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, as well as Egypt, you need to make sure that any such activity which compromises confidence-building measures needs to be curbed. Now, national security, this is a very vague term. Iran is using it and deploying it for its own, you could say, domestic political or regional political concerns. But at the end of the day, if containers are going to be attacked, and the International Maritime Organization makes it very categorical that evacuation efforts are being compromised, which is a violation of international maritime law, then this is basically rogue behavior on part of the Iranian regime, something that Saudi Arabia has called out, the United States has called out, and most of the European countries have called out as well. Now, the interesting aspect is that, if you allude to it in general, this is not about attacking oil tankers specifically. The IRGC, when the conflict was going on, announced, and they also published on Iranian-backed channels, whether it's the Fars News Agency or the Tasnim News Agency, that they were also planning on attacking digital cables in the Strait of Hormuz, which is critical for e-commerce in countries such as the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, to try and make sure that their digital economies, obviously they do have this digital drive coming in and reducing their reliance on oil. So Iran could engage in sabotage activities as well. And that is something which would be a very dangerous sign. But with regard to oil tankers specifically and the evacuation efforts being compromised, it is quite clear that if this becomes a trend, then this is going to compromise peace, and we're back to square one. But if this is an isolated incident, which we hope it is, let's hope that things cool down.
Hamza, I just want to read a few lines to you that we've got in the last moments from all different parties at play here. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says Iran's military capabilities guarantee its right to self-defense. Israel's defense minister says if Iran attacks Israel, it will commit its biggest mistake. We also just heard that the UAE had issued phone alerts of potential missiles threats. That situation was deemed safe just minutes after that alert happened. Just reading in between the lines here and looking at the headlines coming through, do you think we're at a point of escalation again?
We are, unfortunately, especially projectiles actually are fired from Iran. We noticed that the Amazon office was attacked in the United Arab Emirates when the conflict was going on. Israel, well, the credibility of their statements is very questionable, but at the same time, I think their barbaric actions in southern Lebanon have absolutely no justification. I mean, it's an illegal occupation. It is something that's been going on for a very long period of time. When they occupy the Beaufort Castle, they want to basically subjugate the southern Lebanese population. Having said that, I think Iran is better off upholding the essence of the technical understanding than Switzerland. Projectiles being fired at the United Arab Emirates or projectiles being fired in the Middle Eastern airspace would basically mean a considerable increase in escalation, which would jeopardize peace and security, and it would question Iran's credibility with regard to the peace process, regardless of, you could say, visits from Pakistan's Interior Minister Mohsen Naqvi or the Chief of Army Staff General Asim Munir to Tehran to try and coax the Iranian leadership to try and make sure that they abide by a workable peace deal. And I think that this sends a very serious message that while you're engaging in technical talks, your conduct is very different. So it's not about verification mechanisms anymore on paper. It's about conduct on the ground. And conduct on the ground, if it's regressive, could result in a breakdown in confidence-building measures. So this is very serious if it carries it off. But with regard to Israel, their own actions are to blame.
And just one quick final thought from you, if I can. You talked about Iran's rogue behavior, but how much pressure are Iran's actions putting on the Trump administration right now as it tries to convince Gulf allies that the agreement with Iran can deliver this long-term regional security?
Yes, well, the two things over here. First is Trump's credibility on the foreign policy front and Trump's credibility on the domestic front. Obviously, with the midterm elections coming in November, he does need to sell himself as a peacemaker, as a peacenik. He was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, as you do recall. So he does want his administration to come out of this war. That's why he was very open to the prospect of having countries such as Pakistan become very credible interlocutors as moving forward with the Switzerland process as well. That's why we did see a technical team being dispatched in Switzerland with Steve Witkoff. Now, with regard to the Gulf Arab allies, obviously the Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait have obviously relied on American security guarantees, and those guarantees are predicated upon de-escalation and freedom of, you could say, maritime movement, as well as securing their digital economies for that matter. If that breaks down, that would put pressure on the Trump administration, because on the foreign policy front, which is obviously linked to domestic foreign policy, if you want to go to the classical political science argument that your domestic policy reflects your foreign policy, that could put the administration in an extremely tight spot, because that would mean that if the crisis increases or the escalation increases in the Gulf, that would mean higher oil prices domestically, and that would obviously put jeopardy with regard to the Republican-led administration, the GOP administration in the United States. And for the Gulf, it's also about American credibility, because those security guarantees would ensure that such adventurism from Iran, whether it's regarding projectiles being fired or attacks on digital cables and digital infrastructure, that has to stop. So the continuation of the Switzerland process needs to be, it needs to be completely, you could say, unfettered, but that really does depend on Iran's own actions. But the Trump administration would definitely be under pressure, because its credibility with regard to its foreign policy and its domestic policy is at stake.
Thank you so much, Hamza Rifat. Always good to have you on the show and your analysis. Let's continue this conversation with Errol Moorcouch, spokesperson of Republican Overseas. Errol, great to have you on as always. I don't know if you just heard my guest before you, Hamza Rifat, speaking about Iran's actions and how much pressure this is putting on the Trump administration, as Marco Rubio has been here in the Gulf to reassure allies. Is Donald Trump's credibility really at stake here, and how much pressure is he under to get Iran to agree to the MOU deal and also open the Strait of Hormuz fully?
I would say his credibility not only is at stake, but he's the one who's willing to bet it. And I think that's one of the things that makes Donald Trump a little bit different. Oftentimes, he puts himself in a situation where you say, wow, this guy's entire legacy could be on the line here. And a lot of people would shy away from it. And that's why you don't get the groundbreaking change with other leaders. With Donald Trump, yes, his credibility is on the line because he believes in himself and his ability to deliver the deal. Now, is that going to be something that's taken advantage of by his adversaries? Absolutely. They're going to try to hammer him into the midterms. They're going to try to back him into a corner. They're going to try to force him to go back and forth on his word, to try to create isolation inside the U.S., let's say, war machine, as it sort of pulls back but holds the line. And in doing that, Donald Trump is going to have to pull out the ultimate art of a deal where there is time decay on the process. And that's the only thing that Donald Trump has working against him right here, is the fact that they can play this out as long as they want. And so right now it's up to Donald Trump to find them an offer they can't refuse. And that offer has to be economic, because militarily he's proven he can do what he wants when he wants. But ultimately that doesn't bring around the overarching changes that quite ambitiously were hoped by the Americans and our Israeli partners in this war. And so therefore it comes down to Donald Trump being able to actually weather the storm, and the U.S. government not reacting very, very aggressively to certain small things that are, maybe being used to try to pull this apart early on, using the coalition of the Gulf states, his partners there, using the Abraham Accords and technology transfer to bring the Arab states together towards opening up the strait in a more equitable fashion. I think that's how he's going to be doing it. But absolutely, his legacy is on the line here, and he's certainly ready for the battle.
Yeah, and you speak about economic. We're seeing those conversations happen about the unfreezing of Iranian assets, and the US and Iran don't seem to be seeing eye to eye on that agreement, if we have a look at it in detail and what's coming out from both sides. But if Iran continues to insist on controlling access to the Strait of Hormuz, all these toll fees that could come in, where should the US draw the line before responding? Where is the US's red line, I guess, is the main question here.
Well, with toll fees, it should be an international red line, not just the U.S. And the more that Iran plays that game, the further they're going to alienate themselves from the international community, who therefore all these different countries are going to start saying, well, if Iran can do this, then that. So I think the red line is going to be sort of globally imposed upon them. They're going to have a lot of leeway in the beginning here to try to do what they want. In the case of this recent attack, tanker attack that they hit with the drone, Singaporean flag tanker, I believe, headed to America. This tanker was outside of the lines of channels that they had allowed, and therefore that was why they did it. So Iran flexing its muscles and saying, if you operate outside these lines, then there's consequences. We can deal with that. That's a red line that Iran can draw that we can deal with. Now, trying to charge tolls in any sort of long-lasting capacity through the strait, that's not going to happen. But that's not going to be American enforced as much as that's going to be globally enforced. And I think that that's going to also speak to the reconstruction package that's being dangled in front of Tehran right now.
And do you think keeping the Strait of Hormuz open now is the biggest test of whether the US-Iran agreement can actually deliver long-term stability? Because many would argue, Errol, that the Strait of Hormuz, the waterway, was completely open before the US and Israel launched those big military operations inside of Iran.
Absolutely, and if keeping the Strait of Hormuz open was the #1 U.S. priority, we would have done that. The #1 U.S. priority, of course, was to decapitate and destroy the Iranian regime, destroy their functional ability.
Errol, but we did see the U.S. actually kill the supreme leader very early on into those strikes, but that made no difference. The regime is still in place, and some may argue is stronger than it was before.
Yeah, no, we hear the arguments. We just counter with the fact that we came there, we destroyed everybody and killed everybody who had decided that they wanted to wipe the U.S. off the face of the map. We did our military objectives, and now we're back to an economic objective. So from a U.S. standpoint, from the Pentagon standpoint, the Strait of Hormuz opening was less valuable than what we decided to do inside of Iran regarding their Navy, Air Force, and leadership. Now, the secondary objective is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but more importantly, it was to, at least in our perspective, try to remove the threat of Iranian nuclear material in the region. Now, whether that was a success or not is going to be determined, but the Strait of Hormuz was obviously something that we were willing to allow to be shut down in the short term. This wasn't a surprise to U.S. strategists that this happened. However, now the question is, how fast does it want to get back online, and how badly does Iran need the money that's going to flow through it? Because they need it more than us, and the world needs Iranian cooperation more than the Americans need it, except for Donald Trump, who does need it in the midterm. So that's where we have a three-way confluence of interest.
Well, you talk about the Strait of Hormuz, and if we look at it on an economic global scale, it's absolutely essential that that stays open. The impact it's had, maybe not on America, but if we look at lots of different other countries, that's been hugely damaging to economies globally. But I want to touch a little bit on the nuclear issue, if we could, because the IAEA says its inspectors will return to Iran under the deal, but Tehran insists key nuclear sites will remain off limits until all the sanctions are actually lifted. Do you think this is a positive step from Iran, that inspectors are allowed back in the country, even though they're not going far enough?
Yeah, we could take the victory there. It's as small as it is. We won't say that it's not a positive step. It is a positive step. It's not enough. It's not going to be enough for President Trump and the U.S. government or the Pentagon in terms of access to the sites. I think that's going to be one of the sticking points. Tariffs may be in a graduated scale of removal as we see good behavior. But certainly it's the right step. And again, a lot of these situations, as you had pointed to, how the world economy needs the Strait of Hormuz open. The game theory dictates that eventually, by hook or by crook, it will solve itself. So the Americans are able to sit back and allow it to flow this way, also because of these parameters.
Errol, one quick final thought from you. Do you think Donald Trump has won this war?
He's won the war. He, of course, now has to win the negotiations.
Errol Moorcouch, as always, good to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
The death toll continues to rise in Venezuela after two powerful earthquakes hit the capital, Caracas, on Wednesday. Almost 600 people have been killed, with rescuers continuing to search for survivors. But hospitals are said to be completely overwhelmed with a severe lack of medical supplies. Let's get the latest with Al Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchant de Aubray. As always, Catalina, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So more than 24 hours after these back-to-back earthquakes, hundreds of people are still missing. The death toll is expected to rise. What more do we know about the ongoing rescue missions inside of the country?
Hi, Leanne. Yes, and the picture is becoming more devastating by the hours. The official death toll has now climbed to over 600 people, with close to 300 injured, and authorities are warning that those numbers will only continue to quickly rise as rescuers are trying to reach more of those collapsed buildings that we've seen in all the images going around. Rescue efforts are now operating around the clock as a state of emergency has been declared in Venezuela, with thousands of emergency workers searching and working these collapsed buildings for survivors survivors in some of the hardest hit areas. That would be including Caracas and the port city of La Guaira. So they're being supported by specialist search and rescue teams and medical personnel. This is including from countries from Colombia, Mexico, France, Switzerland, India, and the United States. Then there's also the United Nations and Red Cross and other humanitarian groups that are also coordinating aid in Venezuela and setting up these emergency shelters as quickly as they can. But this is an incredibly difficult operation. Leanne, Venezuela was already facing a long-running humanitarian crisis. So damaged infrastructure and those already strained local services are making these rescue efforts even more difficult in the country as teams race against time to find these survivors and missing people in this critical 48-hour window. So there's also many families that are waiting news of loved ones that are disappeared, and in some places residents have now been digging through the rubble themselves before equipment could arrive.
A truly tragic situation. We had a guest on from Caracas yesterday. They've been unable to contact their uncle, and it's a very devastating moment for many people inside of Venezuela. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez has said teams are working tirelessly, like you just said, around the clock. And of course, there's been underinvestment in Venezuela, economic problems. As you did mention, clock is ticking. Do you think rescuers are confident that they may still be able to find some survivors?
That's right, Leanne. As you said, because the first 48 to 72 hours after any major earthquake are considered this critical window for finding those people alive. So every hour really matters here. So rescuers say they're still hearing reports of people trapped beneath collapsed buildings, and they're using specialist search teams, sniffer dogs, and listening equipment to locate these survivors. Some of them have been successful, as we've seen in the images, but with so many structures destroyed and roads damaged now, this is an incredible, very difficult operation. So officials obviously have not given up hope, but they also acknowledge that they're running against the clock to find these survivors. And the more the clock advances, this probability decreases. As more time passes, there's still hundreds of people missing.
And like you say, it's so difficult to get to all of those people, Catalina. But we've also heard many doctors have been speaking to the media out of Venezuela, and they're saying they're just struggling to cope with the demand. Are we seeing enough outside medical help coming into the country?
Well, medical help coming into the country is scrambling, Leanne. As you said, hospitals in the country are under enormous pressure, particularly in the worst hit areas. That's why international assistance is becoming so important. So these search and rescue teams, doctors and medical supplies are now arriving from countries including Mexico, Colombia, Spain, Germany, Switzerland, El Salvador. The UN, Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations are also doing and coordinating these relief efforts. The United States, we've also seen, I believe it was Marco Rubio saying that they pledged immediate emergency aid. So hopefully it's going to make it quickly to the country. But this disaster is also unfolding against a backdrop of Venezuela's running long political and economic crisis that we've been seeing, which has already left the country's healthcare system and infrastructure under severe strain, Leanne. So this isn't just a humanitarian emergency, it's also a major test for acting President Delcy Rodriguez and her government's ability to coordinate all these rescue operations.
Yes, of course, it just comes months after the US captured Nicolas Maduro. Catalina Marchand d'Aubray, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Now, Europe continues to battle a deadly Omega heat wave as temperatures hit 44 degrees Celsius, breaking records and leading to severe weather warnings. At least 55 people have died in France from drowning, with disrupted power supplies affecting schools and households. We can now chat to Paris-based correspondent Annelise Bosch. Annelise, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. We can see you out in a very sunny place. It looks like some people are enjoying the weather there in Paris. But do tell us about the heat wave in France and how hot it actually is.
Oh, it's really, really hot. In fact, it's been hotter in parts of France this week than virtually anywhere else on the planet, including Riyadh, where you are. And the vast majority of households here in this country has no air conditioning. So I'll let you imagine what that feels like. France has broken 2 records for temperatures this week. And it continues, temperatures here continue to rise. There's a red alert in place for 3/4 of the population. That's 51 million people across the country, and tens of thousands of households in France have lost electricity. And so many people have been trying to cope as best they can. The waters of Canal Saint-Martin are normally off limits to Parisians, but the mayor in the city has authorized people to swim here. They're not allowed to jump off bridges, though. 50 people have been injured this week doing so. And as you said, some 40 people have lost their lives while drowning. So while this may look like a fun day out for many people, there's a whole other very grim side to this story.
And let's talk about that side, because French hospitals have seen a sharp rise in heat-related emergency cases, with doctors warning the strain on healthcare workers has become what they say is apocalyptic. What kind of measures has the government actually put in place to try and help people cool off?
Oh, government buildings have opened. Government buildings with air conditioning have opened for people to spend time indoors during the day, that is, of course. They're welcome to come and drink some refreshments. And the police have asked organizers to suspend one of the biggest music festivals here in France, as well as the Pride Parade. But authorities are also asking people to remain hydrated and indoors if possible, or in shaded areas. However, of course, when you think of the reality of the situation, it's very clear that everyone is improvising, including the French government. This is a country with, as I said, no air conditioning in schools, in hospitals, in nursing homes. So we're talking about the most vulnerable people exposed to these kinds of temperatures. And people have been talking about sleeping in their cellars or riding the metro, the lines that have air conditioning, that is, or camping in public parks. And that, of course, tells you how unprepared the country actually is.
And Annelies, is there political fallout, and how much pressure is now mounting on the authorities in France?
Absolutely. Climate activists have been criticizing Emmanuel Macron and his cabinet for telling people to drink water, while the vast majority of people here are actually struggling, and there have been deaths reported because of the temperature. Many say that this is a government that has cut funds to adapt the country to any kind of climate-related measure, and it has failed to adapt the infrastructure of this country to this new reality. Emmanuel Macron and his cabinet have been on the defensive, saying that it takes more than 2 mandates to actually adapt the country and to tackle a crisis of this magnitude.
And Annelies, what about the rest of Europe, as we have seen record temperatures in various countries, including in the UK, in Spain, and also in Germany?
There are millions of people across Europe that are suffering with the heat and have been suffering throughout the week. For now, at least, there's no end in sight to this crisis, because temperatures are not expected to lower straight away. In the UK, hospitals are also struggling. Authorities are asking people to remain very vigilant. And in Spain, more than 200 deaths have been registered this week of heat-related causes.
Annelies Bosch in Paris, and great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Football fans in Tokyo took to the streets to celebrate Japan's draw with Sweden in their final World Cup group stage match, sending both teams through to the knockout round. In China, many fans are putting politics aside to support Team Japan, despite flare-ups and geopolitical tensions between the two countries. Emily Sue has this report.
Football fans flooded the iconic Shibuya crossing in the heart of Tokyo to celebrate Japan's draw with Sweden in their final World Cup group stage match. The 1-1 draw sent both teams to the knockout rounds.
We are the champion. We are the champion. Away.
Japan is advancing out of the group stage for the third consecutive World Cup. It finished second in Group F behind the Netherlands and will play Brazil in Houston on Monday.
It was a hard-fought back-and-forth battle and ended in a draw, but I think we'll probably face Brazil next. I hope before then we will come up with a solid game plan and make necessary improvements to beat Brazil.
In China, cheers also rang out from the sports bar in Shanghai when Japan scored against Sweden. Wearing a blue jersey and shouting a Japanese chant, Chinese fans say they welcome Asian representation in the World Cup.
It's very awkward because as a Chinese, there is no chance for us to see our national team play World Cup. So it's better to see more similar faces like us on televisions, on media. So yeah, I think it's a good thing.
China did not qualify for the 2026 World Cup and is ranked 91st globally. Fans say geopolitical tensions between Beijing and Tokyo should not get in the way of sports.
I love the Japan team. I don't let politics make me prejudiced against them. Politics is politics and sport is sport, so I don't think they're related.
These Chinese fans will likely show the same support for Japan in their next game against Brazil on Monday. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Oil prices seem to have eased after a recent jump over renewed violence in the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude fell more than 2% on Friday after rising 4% earlier in the week when the IMO suspended its evacuation plan. For more on this, I'm joined by Noruddin Hamouri, Chief Market Strategist at Equity Group Global Markets. Thank you so much for joining me. Noruddin, I want to talk a little bit to you about how are you about this we've seen this recent attacks near the Strait of Hormuz, but oil prices are still declining. Are traders becoming more confident that energy supplies will actually continue to flow?
Absolutely. I mean, the market has become far more disciplined, maybe, in distinguishing between geopolitical headlines and actual supply disruptions. Earlier in the conflict, if you remember, every escalation pushed oil sharply higher because investors feared a closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And today, those fears have eased significantly because energy also shipments have largely continued and now it's basically uninterrupted. Second reason is that the global oil market is much better supplied than many maybe expected. OPEC still has a spare capacity of production, and also the strategic petroleum reserves remained available if needed, despite the fact that the reserves went down to a very low significant level. But here, markets are no longer asking, is there a conflict? Instead, they're asking basically, is there less oil reaching the consumer? So until the answer becomes yes, it is difficult to justify a sustained move significantly higher in crude prices.
And global stock markets have fallen today as investors did sell their tech shares. I'm just having a look. US stocks indexes have cut losses just before I came on the show with you. So S&P 500 down now 0.1%, NASDAQ down 0.2%. The Dow is flat. So pretty much everything is flat at the moment. Do you think this was all down to the big sell-off in Apple?
I mean, I think Apple's weakness maybe is kind of symbolic because it is shifting the conversation from the AI excitements to AI economics. For the last 2 years, investors rewarded companies simply for announcing AI initiatives. Today, markets want to know whether those billions of dollars in AI spending will actually generate higher earnings without forcing companies to increase prices or even compress margins. Apple in particularly important because it is also a consumer-facing company. If AI features require more expensive hardware or higher subscription costs, consumers may hesitate a little bit, and investors immediately start questioning valuation multiples. But I don't think this is the case now, or this basically signals the end of the AI cycle, and rather we are basically entering the next phase where I think markets becomes more and much more selective. Companies that monetize AI successfully will continue to outperform, while those basically rely slowly on the AI narrative may definitely struggle.
So, Nooraldeen, what evidence do markets need to see that these investments in AI will translate into profits? Because pretty much, I think that's what the question is here.
It's going to take some time. I mean, don't forget that the market is basically just pricing in what's expected to come. But over the past couple of quarters, we've seen a lot of companies that were able to monetize AI, and even on a personal level. The more I dive into AI development, the more I realize how basically the productivity will totally shift and will totally change. There's a lot of, at the same time, it's kind of scary because there's a lot of people who would say, you know, that AI will replace a lot of jobs. That is maybe true, but on the other hand, you have the productivity. You will open also a huge total different industries for AI and for productivity. So I think the evidence, if the market wants to turn or wants to shift, we should see something out of the ordinary. For example, just at any point, if any of the companies decided to say, or maybe start to raise some flags, red flags regarding demand, that would be maybe the shift. But so far, even MU or Micron a couple of days ago, it basically saved the US markets by saying, yes, our earnings are good, and at the same time, we're still seeing demand even higher, and with much better than investor expected, with even much better forward guidance.
And reports are coming through that OpenAI may actually delay its IPO. This has added to all the market jitters. We actually saw the Asian tech stocks. They took a pretty hard knock. Kospi fell briefly for 9%. Why is OpenAI thinking of doing this, and why did Asia react like it did?
There's a very important thing that I think the audience should be aware of. The AI ecosystem has become incredibly interconnected. A company like OpenAI isn't just basically another technology firm. It represents the future demand for semiconductors, cloud infrastructure, memory chips, and even advanced computing. If investors believe that an IPO may basically delay because valuations have become stretched or market conditions are less supportive, they immediately reassess the entire AI supply chain. South Korea, I think it's especially vulnerable because many of its largest listed companies sit right in the middle of that supply chain. When expectations for AI investment slows even slightly, Korean technology stocks, of course, often react much more aggressively than the US. And we've seen this also before during the war. Kospi lost about 40% and then recovered up by another 60%. The important point, I think, here, markets aren't just necessarily questioning AI itself. They're basically questioning the pace at which AI profits will arrive.
Nooraldeen, I was just wondering if Elon Musk, after his SpaceX IPO, is slightly glad OpenAI might be delaying, because, of course, it's his arch nemesis, Sam Altman, isn't it? I wonder what Elon Musk is thinking today when he has a look at those reports. I'm sure we have no idea, but just a thought there. And on a positive note, let's end on that. Gold has climbed back above $4,000 an ounce, even as markets still expect the Fed to keep those interest rates higher for longer. So what's driving the demand for gold right now?
I mean, normally higher interest rates strengthen the dollar, and that's what we've seen over the past couple of days, and pressure on gold, because markets will always price in the future in advance. And now, with interest rates also today, expectations for another, maybe at least one rate hike this year, or maybe even twice, this basically will put the pressure a little bit on gold. That basically tells us also investors are buying gold for reasons beyond just monetary policy. Central banks continue to accumulate gold as they diversify also reserves. Geopolitical uncertainty remains elevated, some sort of, but despite the easing in oil prices, and may institutional investors continue using gold as a portfolio insurance against policy uncertainty, just like the one that we are in now, and of course, inflation risk. But I also think there is another structural factor: government debt level around the world continue to rise, and at least investors are increasingly looking for assets that aren't directly tied to any single country's fiscal position, such as, of course, the dollar and the US especially. So gold today is acting less like an inflation hedge and more like a long-term strategic reserve asset.
Nuruddin, always great to have you on, Chief Market Strategist at Equity Group. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
A reminder of our top stories. The IMO pauses its planned evacuation operation for thousands of sailors trapped in the strait after a cargo vessel is attacked. The death toll rises in Venezuela after twin earthquakes devastated Caracas as a woman is pulled alive from the rubble. And Europe swelters in record-breaking temperatures, but French hospitals struggle to cope as Parisians collapse in the heat. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye and thank you.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Welcome to Al Arabiya, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We understand that the OIOS, which is the Office of Internal Oversight Services here at the United Nations, prepared a 5,000 pages report after one full year of investigations. The ICC Bureau, which is the ASP primary oversight, legislative and management body, appointed 3 judges, 2 men and a woman, looked thoroughly in the report and made 137 findings, and in all findings they found no evidence of inappropriate conduct or misconduct or abuse of authority, not a single one on your behalf. This decision was advisory opinion by the 3 judges on the 21st of March of this year, clearing you of all allegations. You would think that this is the end of the matter, but it wasn't. How do you explain that?
Well, I can't. You're quite right that the United Nations Office of Investigations collected 5,000 pages of evidence, an awful lot of it from me, evidence that I gave. And in the 137 findings, there is no finding of conduct that could constitute prohibited conduct. But importantly, the most important thing is 3 independent judges handpicked by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties, reviewed all of the underlying evidence, the full 5,000 pages, and the UN report, and they unanimously, as you said, concluded that there was no evidence to find misconduct or breach of authority to the required standard. And I thought that would be the end of it. Why appoint judges if you're going to reject their findings and their advice? And unfortunately, the Bureau departed from the principle of deference, and they have referred the matter now to the Assembly of State Parties. But I think it's astonishing, it's unwarranted, and it's unlawful.
The Bureau also voted on the 8th of June to suspend you as a prosecutor of the International Criminal Court till the whole ICC 125 state membership convene to vote on a secret ballot on the issue on the 24th of July here in New York. The ICC Bureau must win by at least a 2/3 majority of the 125 member states. If they fail in doing so, then the whole motion to find you guilty of sexual misconduct is rejected by the ASP, the Assembly of State Party, and that's that. If they win and the ASP finds you guilty by 2/3 majority, which is 83 member states, then they will start another motion to vote on firing you. And that can be decided by a simple majority, i.e. the support to the motion of firing must be 63 member states or more. So I hear here now at the United Nations, the ICC Bureau want to vote to go straight on the motion of firing you with simple majority, bypassing the determination of your guilt or innocence of misconduct by two-thirds majority. Will the Bureau succeed in doing so? Especially, this is the one time in history that such a vote is conducted. Can they do it?
Well, the Bureau has a composition that I think the WEOG, the Western European and other group, Eastern European group and the allies are disproportionately represented. Going back to your first point, it's really critical to understand that in the 20 years of the International Criminal Court, until my matter, experts have written that not one decision of the Bureau was decided by a vote. It was all by consensus until Karim Khan's matter was before the Bureau. The biggest group of countries is the Africa Group. There are 33 countries from the Africa Group, and no country from the whole of this vast continent of Africa supported the finding of misconduct. They were really of the view that you have judges, you should stick with the judges. This is what people have said after the vote. In terms of the procedure, I'm in the dark. I mean, it's amazing that I'm in the dark. I find out things from the media, from speculation. They have not told me what the procedure is. I can't, of course, go to New York, but I don't know if I can address the Assembly of State Parties. The procedure says I should be able to, but they haven't given any guidance to my lawyers. They haven't told me anything other than there will be a special session of the Assembly of State Parties convened in New York on the 24th of July.
The UN ambassadors of the 125 member states of the ICC will be voting here in New York on the 24th of July. They are politicians, not legal experts. They're not judges, but they will decide your fate. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if they would have read the 5,000 pages report by the OSIS or the 3 judges' advisory opinion, which had 137 findings, all in your favor. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not even sure if the Bureau member, hand on heart, have read the material. I mean, we have formally asked the Bureau Secretariat, my lawyers have formally asked, which members of the Bureau have read the evidence, and we have not been given the information. The fact that they have evidence available is not the same thing as reading it.
After indicting Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and former Defense Minister Gallant, you became the first ICC official to be sanctioned for doing so. Later, another 8 officials were sanctioned, 6 ICC judges and 2 ICC officials. And these sanctions led to your bank accounts being frozen. You cannot now even have a credit card to your name. In addition to that, you are not allowed to travel, and hence, you will not be able to be here in New York to defend yourself on the 24th of July when your fate is decided. Your thoughts on this subject?
Well, we see an increasing proclivity on the part of powerful states to use coercive measures. I've mentioned that there was an arrest warrant against me and some other judges by the Russian Federation, and I've been now sentenced to imprisonment in my absence to 15 years by the Russian Federation on account of applications for warrants that were issued by independent judges on the evidence. In this round, you're right, of course, my predecessor for some months was under sanctions, but in this round I was the first person sanctioned by President Trump in February 2025. And of course, it was quite lonely for several months. I was the only one, and later on, some judges and deputies, I think in about August, September, they were sanctioned. I just think it's unwarranted. People try to enter public service. Some do better than others. But to use the power of the state to coerce, to intimidate, is deeply dangerous. We see this tendency to what's happening in some countries domestically with prosecutors or attorney generals of previous administrations. We see threats against UN special rapporteurs like Francesca Albanese or judges of the ICC or myself. We see threats in the media about putting sanctions and targeted measures against other individuals who simply take a different view. And they don't, in the most cases, at least in my case, and in the ICC, I'm sure, take a different view out of malice, out of bias, or out of any antipathy to any people or person in the world. It's simply an exercise of responsibilities, given that one has to look at the evidence and the law and apply the law fairly, equally, for example, in Palestine and Israel, as we did in Ukraine and Russia, as equally as we're doing in Afghanistan and Myanmar, and the list goes on. And to cause pain is not an unanticipated consequence, it's the desired outcome. Because you've seen from public sources, even before the current administration in the United States took office, 12 senators wrote, and they said, you target Israel, we will target you and your family. You have been warned. That's almost a verbatim quotation. And so one can say on this area, at least, they are truthful and they've made good on their promises because the court as a whole has been targeted. But I deprecate it. It's undermining the moral authority of states. It is dividing the international community. In the end, it's bringing us closer to more and more conflict, because if we don't have the law, what do we have?
On Friday, June the 19th, you have been suspended from practicing as a barrister or a lawyer in England and Wales by the UK Bar Standards Board, BSB. What happens if you lose the vote on the 24th of July here in New York? Would that mean to end the career of Karim Khan KC as a lawyer and as a barrister? I apologize for this. This must be painful to you, sir, to hear.
Well, I'm sure some would quite like that. I mean, there have been previous attempts by UK lawyers for Israel, twice, in fact, to make complaints against me on the basis of the applications that I filed in the Palestine situation. That was dismissed. They appealed it. That was dismissed as well. This interim suspension, you're quite right, it was very painful. It hurt that there was an interim suspension by the Bar Standards Board. It's not based upon their own evaluation of evidence. It's not based upon anything really, except the fact that the political bureau of the ICC, this group of 21 countries, by qualified majority, decided to suspend me. And of course, one can raise one's own questions. These allegations have been known for more than a year. I took a voluntary leave from May. What the need was for that suspension is questionable, but certainly led to somebody giving this information to the Bar Standards Board, and then the Bar Standards Board issuing an interim suspension. It's emotionally painful, but I'm not even practicing domestically at all. It's very clear. It's a full-time job as the prosecutor of the ICC. My chamber's website made it clear that I wasn't practicing any work in the UK or anywhere else. But we have to just keep fighting on all the fronts that I'm being attacked on. And I will do my best, even though it's extremely difficult. I hope it's not the end of my career. But I'll simply say this. I've won the legal case. I have the decision of 3 independent judges. I'm a simple person. I know a little bit about the law. I won in that fora. Where I'm a bit out of my depth is amongst big, powerful states that have the full apparatus of ambassadors all over the world, and some of them are very vociferous and organized in their lobbying for a particular outcome. And an individual, like me, it's difficult to deal with that because I'm not a politician. I'm an international public servant, but I'll do my best, and we leave it to God and leave it to states to decide what they want to do. But yes, it's right. The future is not in my hands. All I can do is keep making the arguments and hope as the panel of judges did, they will see that there was no misconduct or abuse of authority established and reject this majority decision by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties. And from what people are saying, it seems they got one more vote than they required. And I hope when all states are there and they're properly and more equitably represented, some sanity and fairness can prevail. But that's not under my control.
You chose to voluntarily, like you mentioned, to suspend yourself when the charges were leveled against you till the end of the 1 year investigations into the allegation conducted by the OSIS. From the start, you always insisted, of course, on your innocence of these allegations. But then there's a question, why did you volunteer to suspend yourself from your position as the prosecutor of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, without any guarantees, while your accuser continued working in your office at the ICC, giving her, some would say, and her claims an advantage?
Well, I won't speak about staff members of the ICC. I've got a responsibility in relation to that, and whether people were on leave or working is a separate point, but I didn't take leave. The first point is the allegations firstly raised themselves as a matter of record in May 2024. It was closed by the internal oversight mechanism because a complaint was not made. I carried on working. I took advice from IOM and other senior people in the institution. In October, when my name was released and there was what I described just before the announcement of the warrants, a media campaign, I carried on working. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It was in May 2025 I finally took voluntary leave, and I did that quite frankly because the campaign from major newspapers around the world and egged on by people that were leaking information or misrepresenting information in this one-sided attack became so loud. It was distracting, I think, from the work of the office. And I thought in the end, it was maybe it was a wrong decision. Maybe it was not a good decision by me. But in the end, I decided to take leave. I didn't think that the leave would be more than a couple of months. I didn't think it would take as long as it did. But once I took leave, it became difficult really to go back. But time will tell if that was the right decision or the wrong decision. I made it believing that it was the least worst option at that particular moment in time.
You successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants on war crimes against President Putin of Russia and Maria Lvova-Belova on March 2023. You also successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants against Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on November 2024. So it's safe to say you made powerful enemies in both East and West. What gives you hope that you can win such a vote in the Assembly of State Parties in New York on July 24th?
Well, the important thing is I made those applications as prosecutor, but the judges of the International Criminal Court, they're the ones that issued the warrants. They're the ones that analysed the evidence, and they're the ones that independently determined that the evidence that we submitted required them to issue the relevant
warrants. Upon your request.
And so there are, upon my request.
The ICC today faces American sanctions, as do its judges and yourself, its prosecutor. It faces internal crisis. It's engulfed by controversy and faces a legitimacy debate unlike any other in the 23 years history. In your honest assessment, is the ICC is going to emerge from it all the stronger for having been tested, or will we be witnessing the beginning of the end of the international courageous attempt to end the culture of impunity around our world?
It's a great question. I think the jury's out. I don't believe with this adage, this simple adage that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If you're beaten up, you're not stronger in the short term, you're bruised or your bones are broken. So time will tell. It's true that the threats, the sanctions, the coercive measures have forced the court to adapt, to try to become more resilient, to be less dependent upon the vagaries of political power or expedient decisions. I think that much is correct. But it's important also that you are anchored in due process. And we need to stay the course. We need to make sure that in the storms that we see around us, including the storm of the ICC, we don't try to dress something up as a legitimate decision to try to make people happy or to lessen the heat. You have to sometimes go through the fire, stay firm, stay focused, and take the consequences of whatever they are. And I think that applies to me. It also applies to institutions. You do what we think is right. Don't depart from due process.
On the personal level, how are you dealing with this kind of pressure? And how do you deal with it without being consumed by it? How does your family, your daughter, your wife, deal with such pressures?
This is painful. I'm lucky. I'm blessed with a wonderful wife, wonderful children, a wonderful family, and they're my life raft. I think without them, no man is an island. I'm certainly not. I would have sunk a long time ago. So I'm very blessed in that regard. I'm believe in God. I believe in service, and I think importantly, I think we have to look at what's much more important than us. I said to the office when I was elected to the staff in a town hall that when one becomes a judge or a prosecutor or in any walk of public life, whether we know it or not, we are exiting stage left. We are temporary custodians. There's a limited mandate. We should be looking at the victims around the world that look to the ICC, that look to the institutions of the United Nations also for protection. They're suffering a million times worse. They have much more insecurity, much more pain, and they deserve better from us, from me, but from the institutions as well. And I think focusing on them, that's a battle worth fighting because their rights should never be surrendered to. And that's why international service is a wonderful opportunity to work for something bigger than our individual egos or our individual ambition or even the temporary occupation of our positions.
You have been sanctioned, investigated, suspended, and attacked from multiple directions, all while running the most active docket in the history of the court. Knowing now everything that you know, would you do it all again? Would you change anything?
Well, I'll do it all again in the sense of making the decisions I made. Of course, there's lessons to be learned, mistakes, improvements that we can always make in these types of jobs, with all one's limitations to serve something more important than ourselves, our shortcomings, our limitations as human beings. That's a great opportunity. That's a great blessing. And I feel very fortunate for all the daggers drawn and difficulties, criticism, sanctions, convictions, warrants in absentia that we face, and the character assassination that I think I've been subjected to, the breach of due process. It's a heavy price, but I think I feel still honoured that I've had this opportunity. I wish it wouldn't have happened, of course, and I hope things can be clarified by the Assembly of State Parties in just over 4 weeks' time.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, we thank you for this exclusive interview with Al Arabiya, and we thank you for your insight and your frankness. And we will be here at the United Nations to report in the outcome of the vote on the 24th of July.
Thank you, Talal. Thank you so much for having me, Talal. And please let me know what happens there if I'm not there myself.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that a deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? Stay with us. Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora, is coming up soon.
Now, tourism has become one of the cornerstones of Saudi Arabia's economic diversification strategy. Now, the latest numbers suggest the sector is continuing to gain momentum. That is, despite challenges posed by the regional geopolitical context. While these tensions have had some impact, Saudi Arabia's tourism industry appears to be more than just weathering the storm. Tourist numbers rose 8% in the first quarter of 2026, and according to JLL, average hotel occupancy climbed to more than 66% in the first quarter. Well, the sector now represents about 5% of Saudi GDP and supports more than 1 million jobs across the kingdom. Well, last year, Saudi Arabia welcomed more than 122 million domestic and international visitors. That's a 5% increase on the previous year. Well, collectively, tourism spending reached around 300 billion riyals. Well, one of the companies that is helping to drive Saudi Arabia's tourism ambitions is Al Musafir, which is the kingdom's leading travel platform. And I'm here with Muzammil Al Hussein, who is the Al Musafir CEO. Muzammil, thank you very much for joining us and welcome back to the program. Some very strong Q1 tourist numbers. And I just wanted to ask you, what's behind those numbers?
Well, I think, it's a pleasure to be here. And I think what's behind the numbers is two main factors. The continued growth of domestic tourism in Saudi Arabia with the opening of new resorts such as across the Red Sea, as well as in Jeddah and King Abdullah Economic City, as well as the opening of new giga projects and the launch of Six Flags and Aqua Arabia in Qiddiya City. In addition, the strength of the religious tourism segment, Q1 was extremely strong when it comes to Mecca and Medina, especially driven by Umrah. During the Ramadan period and continuing after Ramadan into Q2. And now with the completion of Hajj, it just completed as well.
Okay, so you've painted a picture in which domestic tourism is extremely important. I mean, that's clearly been extremely valuable in the context that we're in currently, hasn't it?
Definitely, 100%. And I think you notice that during the geopolitical situation, what you notice is a significant number of Saudi travelers choosing to stay close to home, but still traveling, especially with the launch of these new projects that really created new interest and new destinations for people within Saudi to explore, as well as seeing continued interest from the rest of the GCC as things started to stabilize in the region.
You mentioned the Hajj, and I just wondered how the Hajj season had gone and whether you're seeing any new trends emerging when it comes to religious tourism.
Well, we had a very successful Hajj driven by the kingdom's significant commitment to performing safe and secure Hajj for all its pilgrims and visitors under the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah. And I think what you realize that Hajj continues to improve year on year. There's significant investment in the infrastructure and the stability of the entire ecosystem supporting the Hajj initiatives. This year, Hajj 1447 was a success. Over 1.6 million pilgrims performed the Hajj from around the world. And we continue to see a significant improvement both in the technology and the capabilities of the entire ecosystem and infrastructure to support Hajj.
And just talking about travel trends and habits more broadly, are you seeing any trends emerging? For example, people perhaps making more last-minute decisions about their travel plans, or are people planning more in advance? What are you seeing on that front?
Well, generally speaking, the Saudi Arabian tourist is primarily a last-minute traveler, or within 7 to 10 days. What we noticed during since the geopolitical situation has been that the need for flexibility. Customers are demanding flexibility from airlines and hotels given the uncertainty of the environment. We've also noticed that there is some more planning happening, especially for hotel stays, while people keep the flights more towards the recent upcoming travel. Additionally, destination-wise, continued again, as I said, domestic, but also a lot more trending toward Western Europe, Southern Europe, and Turkey. Those are strong destinations.
I was going to ask you, I mean, given this last-minute sort of element to the planning that's sort of been imposed by the circumstances in which the region finds itself, I mean, the fact that this country has a very young population, does that help when it comes to meeting the demand for these last-minute travelers? Is that a factor in this last-minute decision-making process?
I think I wouldn't say it's because of the young population, but I think the young population in general allows for more flexibility, more openness of where to go and what to do. But at the same time, even the families, the older generation still continues to travel, and they travel, generally speaking, a lot less planned than maybe people in Europe of a similar age. So demographically, the culture just tends to a lot more last-minute travel.
Okay, and just carrying on with trends for a moment, are you seeing people shifting more towards the luxury end of the market? Are you seeing more shifts towards activity-based holidays? Any trends you're picking up on?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, luxury travel continues to be strong. 80% of our bookings are 4- and 5-star hotels premium. But at the same time, what we are noticing is experiential travel. People really want to enjoy and spend in the destination. They want to enjoy the beaches, enjoy the shopping, enjoy the culture. And they continue to really spend in the destination in addition to just going to the trip.
Okay, we're going to be talking a bit later in the program with another guest about how generative AI has really picked up here in Saudi Arabia, and it's seeing extraordinarily high growth levels. I'm wondering whether that plays a part at all in influencing where people go on their holidays and perhaps how they plan them.
Yeah, I think it's not influencing where they go, but it's helping people research and plan. We're seeing a lot of interest and a lot of usage from generative AI platforms. We are the first platform in Saudi Arabia on ChatGPT. We've seen people use AI to help them plan, explore destination, but the bookings still come on through platforms like ourselves or the airlines. And we see that AI is allowing people to know more about what to do, where to go, and explore the destination even better.
Okay, I mean, you gave us a little teaser earlier on, but just tell us, in the hot summer months that are coming up, clearly a lot of people are going to go to cooler climates. Where are people heading to this summer?
Yeah, I think so. We do see strong strength in domestic tourism still. Jeddah, King Abdullah Economic City, Red Sea, and Asir, still strength. But also in terms of internationally, Turkey, Western Europe, and Southern Europe remain popular destinations. And even now parts of Northern Europe, such as Amsterdam as well, and London, of course, continue to be popular destinations for Saudi travelers.
Okay, is there one destination that's looking like shaping up to be the destination, internationally speaking, for 2026?
Not one, I would say. There's many. Continued travel, and I think the travel wherever we see increased connectivity of airline flights. We see that Riyadh Air is launching again officially on July 1st to London. We see Saudi continue to add routes, FlyNas as well, and Flydeal. That will be where people go.
Okay, I mean, we've talked a lot on this program about how Saudi Arabia has this goal of 150 million visitors a year by the year 2030. How achievable is that target looking to you at this point?
Well, I think it's very achievable. If you look at the numbers, originally the target was 100 million and actually got increased to 150 million. So we're well on our way. Domestic plays a significant portion, religious plays a portion, and leisure tourism is growing with the World Cup coming, with Expo. There's a lot more happening to bring people into the kingdom. And as the products continue to open, we have, again, Qiddiya just opened earlier this year. Diriyah is opening. A lot more projects continue to open, and that will bring demand into the kingdom.
Right, so clearly a lot of big events on the horizon. 2030 shaping up to be a really important and busy year as well with the Expo, and of course before that the World Cup. Just lastly, tell us about the feedback, Muzammil. What are international visitors in particular telling you and telling your employees about what strikes them most, in particular when they visit Saudi Arabia for the first time?
I think the main primary feedback is the hospitality of the people and the culture is so welcoming. People really, really enjoy coming to Saudi Arabia, spending time with individuals from Saudi who are hosting them, who are serving them in the hotels, in the hospitality and tourism industry. and they really, really enjoy the hospitality, and that's hard to find anywhere else in the world. It's very, very welcoming.
Okay, well, you've been very generous with your time. We really appreciate it. Great having you back on the program. Thank you, Muzammil Hussain, the CEO of Al Musafa. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked a great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence, maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again, the new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
The world is in the grip of an energy crisis unlike anything we've seen in decades. The war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has sent shockwaves through global energy markets, triggering supply deficits, draining inventories, and raising the specter of an oil shock that many analysts had long warned was coming. But how bad is it really, and how much worse could it get? As refineries begin cutting runs and different regions of the world start feeling the squeeze in very different ways, the critical question is, are we still in the early stages of this crisis, or are we about to hit a wall? And then there is the geopolitical fog, a fragile ceasefire, on-again, off-again hopes of a diplomatic deal, and an oil futures market so volatile that traders seem reluctant to take any position at all. Meanwhile, in North America, a very different story is unfolding, one of opportunity. U.S. shale producers are sitting on higher prices, and Canada's oil sands industry is suddenly back in the spotlight with renewed talk of pipelines and increased production. To make sense of all of this, I'm joined today by Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point and one of the most closely followed voices in Canadian energy investing. Eric, welcome to the program and thanks for joining me. How big of a cumulative deficit are we seeing today in the global oil market in light of the Strait of Hormuz closure and despite as well the inventories drawdowns? And if the strait is open tomorrow, how long will the market need to normalize? And are prices set to remain elevated for an extended period of time, even after the conclusion of this war?
You bet. This is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes, which for many of us who follow, do barrel counting, it's kind of mystifying to see the ongoing complacency in the market. Our numbers, and we just had Saudi Aramco confirm this over the weekend, we've lost roughly 1 billion barrels of forfeited production already. Even if the strait were to open up tomorrow fully, ignoring sea mines and all of the different challenges to a quick resumption, our estimate is we will lose at least 1.53 billion barrels. And so that's just an epically massive number. We have seen some workarounds to try to bring that down. We've had Saudi Aramco flowing more barrels to the west. We've had the Emiratis flow more barrels to the east. We've seen some refinery cuts. We just had the Prime Minister of India announce mobility constraints, requesting people work from home, etc. So kind of a flashback to the COVID era. But we still have global oil inventories falling dramatically. There's a bit of a misnomer in terms of how many barrels we can potentially lose for the system to be okay. A good report out by JP Morgan about a week ago said that we can only lose about 800 million barrels before the working inventories of refineries around the globe start to kind of hit the red line. We will be approaching that by our estimate sometime in June. And so there remains a lot of complacency. We've had a surge of U.S. exports that has helped things. There was a bit of a surplus coming into 2026, and we can debate how big that was. That has very clearly been used up. There was some excess oil on the water. That has now been used up. The last of the ships have arrived, etc. And so we've been a little early. However, we do think that, to your point, we are hurtling towards a wall at 100 kilometers an hour, and we're about 5 inches away from it. And so we think the coming days or weeks is really when reality is going to set in.
I know that situations differ depending on the region and depending on current level of storages and domestic production, but how close are we today to seeing the full effect of this energy crisis that many have been warning from over the past 2 months? And more importantly, Eric, what ways and forms will this crisis materialize in the different regions around the world as run cuts in refineries continue?
Yeah, so coming into it, and you were correct to point out every geography is different. Globally speaking, we were already quite low in terms of inventories of certain refined products. Jet fuel and diesel were both very, very low. And so it's not surprising in areas such as Australia, they have the highest diesel consumption per capita of anywhere in the world. They're having to really, really curtail usage to the best that they can. In Europe, for example, London Heathrow, 70% of their jet fuel comes from the Strait of Hormuz. We're now 72, 73 days from that no longer being accessible. And so we're starting to just see the beginning of flight cancellations, more regional. We've yet to see international, the more heavy fuel usage. That's coming. And so our view is you're going to have price rise materially in the coming weeks to start to rationalize demand. By our estimate, you need about $175, $177 Brent for that to begin to occur. We also had thought that governments would enact mobility constraints, and now you're just starting to see that in India as well from a very important speech. So we're just at the very beginning of this. It's been the lag effect really that I think, again, we're 72, 73 days into this. Many of us would have expected to see a more dramatic price increase, but the complacency, I believe, is being fueled by, existing inventories, which have all been been worked off. So again, we're very close to the cliff.
The ceasefire is largely holding, but it is fragile. We've seen the Iranians and Americans exchanging fire just last week, but oil prices have retreated from their highs on renewed hopes of a deal to end the war. Of course, we've been here before, Eric, with this roller coaster ride of ebbing and flowing of hopes of a deal. Mind you, liquidity in the futures oil markets have been low lately, probably showing traders lack of appetite to take positions in such a topsy-turvy market. Are you optimistic that we are any closer today to the end of the war than we've ever been so far?
I think what we have seen is, this work towards an MOU, which is just really setting the principles for negotiations to begin. It still seems like both sides are very far away. You have a ceasefire where you have love taps by Donald Trump's wording and such. So we do not think we are close to this resolving, which is dramatic. We have Middle Eastern production now roughly 14 million barrels per day. We are rapidly drawing down stocks, and yet we have this complacency. And I think there's two reasons for that. Historically, every geopolitical spike, it has been warranted to sell into that strength. We think of Abcake back in 2019. You had a sharp rally in the oil price. It fizzled out, I think, a week and a half later on. The other, and to your point, is traders are not willing to deploy risk capital because of the dramatic indirect influence from the Trump administration into the oil market via tweet or truth media. We've seen unnamed sources, certain media quoting unnamed sources. We've had we've been apparently about to set peace between the two parties 5 times in the last 19 or so weeks. So we think that the jawboning from the U.S. president is not sending the price signal that's necessary to reduce demand, and therefore the inevitable spike that is coming that everybody that I speak to agrees with is just a question of quantum and when it actually arrives. We must reduce demand. We cannot replace the quantum of Middle Eastern production from the United States or elsewhere, nor can SPRs or existing inland inventories make up for that dramatic number. And so we have to rationalize demand, but the oil market is not sending that price signal because of, again, the direct intervention from the U.S. administration. So it's an inevitability that is now being made worse by the direct jawboning from the White House.
I want to move on to North America and the response to what's happening there in the Middle East. We're now almost at the end of the earnings season. From what you've heard so far from U.S. shale companies, how are they responding to the higher prices today, Eric? Have they thrown away their cautiousness of the past few years to the wind? Are they meaningfully increasing or at least planning to increase activity? And how much of the void are they really able to fill?
You bet. So just like oil traders, U.S. shale companies are not willing to chase a geopolitical spike in the oil price because, again, this belief that peace breaks out, we go back to normality tomorrow and oil falls to $60. We don't agree with that, but I would say that is consensus. And so what we've seen is a lack of meaningful increase in drilling activity. The leader, Diamondback Energy, announced that they thought that you could see 20 to 30 additional rigs added in the Permian. The other major areas of U.S. shale are in permanent decline. We think that is the Bakken and the Eagle Ford. And so really there's only one area where you can see an increase in activity. 20 to 30 rigs means an increase on an annual basis of 140 to 300,000 barrels per day. So with Middle Eastern production now 12 to 14 million barrels per day, 140 to 300,000 barrels per day is a rounding error. And again, it speaks to the inventory challenge. We had thought that U.S. shale production was in its twilight. As the oil price has dramatically increased, perhaps you can extend that out a little bit. You can squeeze out a little bit of growth, but it really is a rounding error relative to the quantum of forfeited production. And it speaks to, again, just this is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes. There remains a massive amount of complacency in the market, and we think that complacency is coming to an end in the coming days to weeks.
I mean, yes, you've been a proponent of this thesis that the U.S. shale is in its twilight years. That's a view you've held for a while now, Eric. But more activity seems to be taking place north of the American border, in Canada, where you are today. Increased production of oil sands coupled with higher revenues. How has the market looked for Canadian oil companies in the last 2 months?
Yeah, there's been very modest increases in CapEx. Most of the larger oil sand companies, when we think about expansion, it's a really multi-year type projects. We also suffer from a shortage of incremental takeaway capacity. We just had a new pipeline come on stream that sends Canadian oil to our west coast that ends directly to Asia, or funny enough, back to the United States Gulf Coast.
We'll talk about these two pipelines in a minute, yeah.
You bet. So what we are up against the wall in terms of incremental takeaway capacity. We would think that Canada at best can increase production by maybe 120, 140,000 barrels per day. So it's quite modest again, relative to the global context. And again, it speaks to no one ever thought, no sober mind ever thought that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed, and sure enough to be closed for 70 plus days. There is no source of supply growth on planet Earth that can even come close to making up to the deficit that we're experiencing right now.
Looking at the previous Liberal governments, today with this Liberal government, Eric, there's talk of increasing pipeline capacities in Canada and even constructing new pipelines you've mentioned, to the Pacific coast from Alberta, or reviving parts of the now defunct XL Keystone pipeline to the U.S. How is the U.S. trade war, the current Iran war, and the new Liberal government policies changing the outlook for the Canadian oil and gas industry today?
Unfortunately, what we're seeing is we have a new leadership in Canada that's abiding by the old mentality, and that is this notion that the world is needing a decarbonized barrel, and for industry to have the social license to increase production, we must pursue a incredibly expensive and very uncompetitive project called the Pathways Project that would sequester CO2 from our oil sands production. That is being tied to discussions. It's called the Grand Bargain. I've renamed it the Grand Ransom. That is the federal government tying a $30 billion project to being able to approve a new 1 million barrel per day pipeline. So I do think that is a pipe dream, if you pardon the pun. You mentioned another project that we think is much more likely to come forward, and that is it's called the Prairie Connector. It's connecting existing infrastructure to a modest pipeline in the United States. That would be initially a 550,000 barrel per day pipeline, expandable to 900,000 barrels per day, coming online potentially in 2029. So it's much more likely to go ahead. It's already received presidential approval. There's modest permitting required, as opposed to this hoped for 1 million barrel per day pipeline to the West Coast that would take $35 to $40 billion and take roughly 8 years. And lastly, we do have conversations with many companies in Canada very clearly. We've yet to identify a single company willing to take on the risk, who's willing to write the check. And so we're not optimistic about adding incremental capacity to the West Coast. We think incrementally we'll be sending more and more production to our southern neighbor.
So, Eric, just finally, where do you see Canadian oil production by the end of the decade compared to where it is right now?
Yeah, so roughly 4 years, we'd be looking at about a 500,000 barrel per day increase. That is massively contingent on expanding the throughput capacity on existing networks. We have roughly 700,000 barrels per day of expansion projects that I would say are fairly low risk, that are coming online in step change, incrementally every year. So despite our massive resource, we've yet to see meaningful action from the part of our, quote unquote, new government. There's been a lot of talk. There's been very little action, and that is really constraining the potential for Canada to meaningfully increase our production.
Well, it's always good to have you back on the show. Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point from Toronto. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us.
My pleasure.
Sigrid Kaag, co-chair of the United Nations Foundation, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands and currently advisor to the Gaza Executive Board. Welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you, Talal. Delighted to be here.
After leaving the United Nations, you remain active in international geoeconomics and political affairs through different prestigious engagement. But can you explain to the tens of millions of our viewers in the region and around the world your role in the Gaza Executive Board that advises the Board of Peace presided over by President Donald Trump?
Yes. It's an independent role. It's also unpaid, as it should be, as it serves a purpose to provide, hopefully, the building blocks of peace and security between Israelis and Palestinians. Now, the remit of Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a number of the institutions, including the Gaza Advisory Executive Board, obviously has its limitations. A practical one is, in the entire era and recent developments of recent months, the board has yet to meet, the Gaza Executive Board. So, in earnest, I can't tell you very much. Individual members, including myself, have spoken to one another. We're trying to support and shore up the political, policy and financial support to the National Committee of the Palestinians, which to my mind is the centerpiece from a viewpoint of legitimacy, political credibility, as well as the connect that is essential between Gaza and the West Bank. Ultimately, this is not only about the alleviation of immense human suffering by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but also about the future of a Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. So it remains a lot of work. If you look at the facts on the ground, I think nobody could suggest significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the living hostages and the bodies of the deceased have been returned in the first phase. The negotiations on the disarmament by Hamas, as well as the withdrawal by the IDF. I cannot speak to this in public. I'm not privy to that level of information. But ultimately, civilians in Gaza are kept prisoner time and again in an ever-shrinking physical space. Living conditions are hell on earth, with no prospects of significant change in sight. And this, to my mind, if there's one message to your audience, it's a reminder how and why international humanitarian assistance aid cannot be conditioned or tied to political progress. Individuals, Palestinians in Gaza, have rights: the right to food, the right to proper shelter, to medical care, the right to education.
There are those who argue that since the adoption of Resolution 2803 on the 17th of November 2025, that endorsed, of course, the US-backed comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and authorize the establishment of the Board of Peace as a transitional administration and to deploy a temporary international stabilization force ISF to secure Gaza, to oversee demilitarization and to protect the civilians. They argue that since that date, which is over 7 months ago, no ISF and stabilization force has been formed, no real end to the Gaza conflict, with approximately 1,000 Palestinian civilians killed since adoption of 2803. On the reconstruction, no large-scale structural construction has formally begun in Gaza, and efforts remain heavily focused on planning debris removal and navigating daily immense security and humanitarian challenges. Do you agree with them?
I think it's an accurate description, particularly based on first-hand reports by the United Nations, as well as other credible entities, international and national non-governmental organizations. You can see that the death, the types of injuries, the absence of significant volume that is relevant to people trying to survive, or actually some call themselves already the living dead. This is not something that we could call success. I think the premise of a first step of success was President Trump having imposed a ceasefire with a number of indicators of a plan forward, the 20-point plan, but each detail, and we know that through any complicated diplomatic process, requires negotiations, requires technical details, requires further benchmarks. So far, we got stuck in phase one, between phase one and phase two, I would say, as an international community. I am not involved in the details, as you know. And I would say the serious concern, and rightfully so, is that Palestinians in Gaza risk being forgotten. Since the Israel-United States attack on Iran, Iranian response, and what is now called the Iran war, political attention, economic attention and focus has immediately shifted, rendering Security Council Resolution 2803 and the full implementation of that resolution, rendering it a significantly lesser priority.
Sigrid Kach, what would you say should happen now to improve the lives of the Gazan people?
Well, it's a response that you can hear from any NGO representative, or I believe a UN official, or most other countries. Massive influx of aid, unconditional, not dependent on whether the negotiations proceed well or less well when it comes to the disarmament by Hamas and the withdrawal by the IDF. The encroachment by the IDF into further shrinking the space Palestinians are permitted to live in, that needs to be altered straight away. And of course, the death toll, it keeps rising. That's one. Second part is early recovery materials need to be allowed in. The amendment of the existing dual-use list risks impacting second and third tertiary negative consequences for all civilians from a health perspective, education, pure survival when it comes to the absence of forms of decent shelter. I could go on and on. The Economist a few weeks ago had a very sad but very telling title: "In Gaza, only rats are allowed to roam free." Just picture that for a second, and then you can imagine what it is like to be a Palestinian civilian trying to survive one day more in Gaza without any prospects of serious change, let alone improvement in sight. Last but not least, medical evacuation. Some countries in the region have performed miracles to allow patients in, to have them treated free of charge, to bring their relatives. The list of seriously injured Palestinians in Gaza, I believe, is now around 140,000, but correct me if it is less. It's a serious number. Each one has a name, a life, had hopes, and they need to be treated. We cannot look away.
I'd like to move to Iran, which is a place you visited in February of 2018 as a Dutch foreign minister and met with President Rouhani in Tehran at the time. And at the time also you expressed the EU continued commitment to the JCPOA. What is your take on the latest development in the Gulf and on the Switzerland diplomacy, and where and when did we, or diplomacy, failed us in case of this conflict?
Well, I think 2018, and since the withdrawal by the Trump administration, the first Trump administration of the JCPOA, we've seen, of course, a rapidly changed environment. But I think we also have to look at where we are now, or since the terror of 7th of October, the onslaught on Gaza, and the continued suffering, as well as all the reactions, counter-reactions, the military hegemony established by Israel versus an Iran and a regime that is fighting for its survival. All these are aspects to take into account. Where we are now, I believe that we have seen once again that a war without proper strategy and strategic objectives, let alone a political strategy, definitely runs into a serious set of issues. That's one. We've also seen that asymmetry is weaponized, be it geographically or otherwise, by use of proxies. The third part is that there is a return, and by necessity, to diplomacy, from coercive diplomacy to actually proper diplomacy, which means you need to sit down with your adversary. You need to figure out where compromise lies, how it can be legitimate, not only against international law or treaties, but also how it can be legitimate in the eyes of the different populations. So you have a chance to build a path forward.
On Lebanon, you served from 2015-2017 as the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon, during which, of course, a period of constitutional paralysis. Lebanon situation, of course, today is different, with the election of new president, the formation of new government headed by our previously judge, an ambassador here to the UN, Nawaf Salam, entirely different from the one you experienced. But how do you read the current developments in Lebanon and the way forward?
First of all, I think the government of President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam have made a few bold moves in the interest of the country, in the interest of the state, and reinforcing statehood, including the very difficult one, already covered under Security Council Resolution 1701, the need to have the monopoly of state established over all arms and armaments. That, of course, is domestically a tough one, given the fact that regional allies, Iran and Hezbollah, and domestic equations do not necessarily match up, certainly in the last 2 years. And this is a difficult one. So I don't think the question is how to read. The question is more what and how the international community could support and where they need to focus. And you need to be mindful of the complexities and the sensitivities and the history of Lebanon.
I'd like to move to Syria. You know it very well. You led the OPCW United Nations Joint Mission in Syria in 2013 and 2014 with a team of 100 experts that successfully oversaw the removal of Syria's declared chemical weapons under active wartime conditions. That mission, of course, I remember interviewing you on the last day from Cyprus, on the last day of the removal of the last remnants of the chemical weapon, declared chemical weapons from Syria. And of course, we know what happened afterwards. That mission met its stated objectives, but however, Syria subsequently used chemical weapons again against its people. What does that history teaches us about the durability of internationally verified agreements when the political will to enforce them is non-existent?
The mission at the time had stated agreed objectives set between the Russian Federation and the United States of America, confirmed by the Security Council, carried by a treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, and led and implemented by the joint team which I led. So we did what was agreed. If the parties have agreed to leave remnants or to not touch certain areas, that's a second phase. The second part, and it puzzles me a little bit now in the negotiations or the start of talks around Iran and, of course, the importance of its nuclear enriched material, I believe there are good examples, including the Syria mission, whereby the international community, in this case the IAEA, maybe the UN, and a few other actors could team up, provide for the leadership, provide for a verified, monitored implementation plan that ensures whatever is agreed gets acted upon and reported back to the Security Council. That triangle is an extremely important one. Ultimately, yes, political will is always important. Political will to monitor, to call out when violations occur, to have sanctions if need be, and where needed. And. That's a long list, but you can negotiate that.
Sigrid Kaag, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights, for this exclusive interview, for sharing with us your thoughts. And we also thank you for your history of service to the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My duty. Thank you, Tara.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that the deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, Who's come out on top? I'm Melinda Nusafora. You're watching Counterpoints. Cast your mind back to 2020. Donald Trump tweeted, "Iran never won a war but never lost a negotiation." Fast forward 6 years, and I wonder how he feels about that statement now. The deal-maker-in-chief says the US got everything it wanted out of Iran, but his critics and even some Republican allies disagree. For a start, the nuclear issue looms large.
Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
And yet, nothing has been publicly agreed to that guarantees this with any more certainty than the previous nuclear agreement did, the one President Trump pulled out of in 2018. Add to that the relaxation of US sanctions on Iranian oil exports and a question mark over the Strait of Hormuz. American voters aren't viewing this as a victory. The latest CBS YouGov poll found the vast majority don't believe the US has permanently stopped Iran's nuclear program, and they certainly don't see the MOU as a win for America. What the war has achieved, however, is the unintentional wedge it's driven between the US and Israel.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
So on this episode, we'll ask, who really won this war? Is the region safer or more splintered? And has Israel lost its most powerful ally? Joining us for this discussion is Syed Hussein Mousavian, a former diplomat and former senior nuclear negotiator for Iran. George Papadopoulos is joining us once again, former foreign policy advisor to Donald Trump. And rounding out our panel is Chuck Freilich, joining us for another time, former deputy national security advisor for Israel and currently a professor at Columbia University. Gentlemen, to all of you, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Well, President Trump first claimed victory in Iran 10 days into the conflict. He said, and I quote, "The war is very complete." But 4 months, one ceasefire and one memorandum of understanding later, and a lasting deal is still being thrashed out. Both sides say progress is being made, but the sticking points remain largely unchanged since the early days of the war. Iran's nuclear program and control over the Strait of Hormuz. It has many people, including some Republican lawmakers, asking, what was it all for? A big point of contention amongst Iran hawks is the US decision to ease long-running economic sanctions. For the next 60 days, Iran's oil industry can operate without fear of US retribution. So, Mr. Freilich, let's start with you. Who's the real winner here, the US or Iran?
Unfortunately, Iran. This is a war which I believe was both a necessary one and a justified one. Unfortunately, it was miswaged both by the U.S. and Israel, neither of which had clear objectives. And I believe that Mr. Trump ended the war far too quickly and ended it in a way so that Iran feels, and I think with great justification, that they actually won. They withstood the onslaught by the world's global superpower. Israel too, but we are a minor actor in comparison. And feeling that they won and with a sense of confidence, they have actually been dictating terms ever since. The memorandum of understanding, which was signed, reads almost entirely like an Iranian document, and across-the-board American capitulation. And even more unfortunately, I think, as we've now begun the negotiations towards a final agreement, Iran still seems to be in the driver's seat. I actually think it's unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely that a final deal will be reached because the two sides are still so far apart. What the interim deal did was just open up the Straits of Hormuz and prolong the ceasefire. I think it's unlikely that Iran will make the kind of concessions that the U.S. wants, and we will maybe find ourselves in a situation of ongoing limbo. No fire, no warfare, not a real ceasefire until one of the sides decides that it's time to change the situation.
Mr. Papadopoulos, I'm curious as to what do you think about some of what Chuck has said there? Miswaged by the U.S., an American capitulation?
I wholeheartedly disagree with almost everything that Chuck just stated, because President Trump was the first president in close to 50 years to actually have the gumption to take on a regime which has really waged chaos around the world, not only for U.S. interests, but of course for allied interests. It's maimed and slaughtered its own people for decades. It's a theocracy which has been isolated from the global community for decades, and it's acted like a pariah. And I think that the joint U.S.-Israel strikes basically were conducted in order to transform the overwhelming military achievements into lasting economic and political gains for the United States and its allies. Let's look first militarily what happened. The theocracy and its old leadership was assassinated and resulted in political chaos. Secondly, politically, Muslim majority nations subscribed to the MOU, including Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan. These aren't the NATO members. And lastly, economically, which I would argue is the most important for the domestic political situation in the United States, the Iranians have been forced to now demine the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is once again open to tanker traffic, and the markets have overwhelmingly responded in a positive manner. Oil is now below $80 a barrel after it had previously reached close to $120 a barrel at the beginning of this conflict. So when you look at it in its totality, that doesn't look like capitulation. It looks like the United States and its allies actually obtained every single one of their major objectives from the beginning going into this war. The only thing I disagree with is that this should have happened a lot sooner than the last 100 days.
Mr. Mousavian, jump in here for us. Despite the human cost on both sides, which is always unacceptable, do you get the sense that this is victory for Iran? Or has the US, as Mr. Papadopoulos there says, achieved every single objective?
I believe the main assessment or assumption was that if the US and Israel would have a very strong attack, military strike on Iran, and assassinating all leaders, the supreme leader, the very high-level military security commanders, the Iranian people, they will rise and there will be a regime collapse. It was clear, I mean, all American papers, they have written hundreds of op-ed articles about this reality. And also we heard from many American officials, from even President Trump, from the Secretary of Energy. They said the main objective was controlling the Iranian oil reserve, controlling Iranian Khark Island, which is the hub of Iranian energy. And yes, the assumption was this, and I believe everyone now understands internationally, regionally, it has failed. Nevertheless, I really don't believe there is any winner. I believe everybody lost. Iran lost because of hundreds of billions of dollars of damages. Israel lost. Israel was badly hit. Regional allies, they were hit. Israel, the US, for the first time after the Second World War, all American military bases in the region were attacked. Everybody lost. This is a reality. There is no winner. Yes, if we assume that the objective was to bring a regime collapse, it did not happen. Yes, it didn't happen, but there is no winner.
Mr. Freilich, do you want to jump in on that? There is no winner?
Well, I stated my opinion in the beginning that there is a winner. First of all, I don't want to be in a position, certainly, of sparring with my American colleague. The U.S. and Israel are very close allies. And I do agree with Mr. Papadopoulos that Mr. Trump gets credit for being the first president in 50 years who was willing to finally take military action against Iran. It's a shame that this didn't happen much longer ago. But I think that to claim that the objectives were achieved is, to my understanding, just simply not a recognition of reality. One objective was regime change. That didn't happen. What we got was a strengthened and more confident regime. A second objective was to destroy the nuclear program. It was barely touched in this round. It was significantly set back in June. The Iranian proxies have not been weakened. Hezbollah, as a matter of fact, has been greatly strengthened by this. And Iran, through skillful negotiations, managed to create a direct link between the U.S. Iranian negotiations and the situation in Lebanon. And Israel has been forced to put an end to its combat operations against Hezbollah. This is the first time, I think, where the United States is forcing a close ally to stop a war against a terrorist organization. And the only area where there is any military, their conventional capabilities were set back, yes. But of the four main objectives, the only area where there was any significant achievement is in terms of the ballistic missiles, mostly the industrial base for producing them. They still have a few thousand missiles. I am unimpressed, forgive me, Mr. Papadopoulos, but I am unimpressed by the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The straits were only closed after the war broke out. That was never a pre-war objective. And this was a failure both on the part of the U.S. and Israel to anticipate something that everyone has talked about for years as an Iranian move. And the fact that Qatar and Pakistan and some other Arab countries are involved in these so-called peace talks is also a very little comfort. They should be having no role here. So the objective that Mr. Trump declared of unconditional surrender, I believe, again, that this was just about an across-the-board American capitulation.
Mr. Mousavian, one of President Trump's war goals was to end Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that still hasn't been categorically resolved to this point, even though it is a point of discussion. The US president has always said that he'd produce a better deal than the JCPOA, something that you yourself worked on. Is he on track for that? Is he on track for a better, for want of a better term, better deal than that one?
See, I think we need to review together two very important realities. One is the fact that since 2003, every IAEA report every year has a very, very clear sentence. There is no evidence of diversion in Iranian nuclear program toward weaponization. Yes, IAEA always has had technical questions, but the assumption, the conclusion in every IAEA report is clear. There is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization. The IAEA director, Garussi, before the war, during the war, after the war, he said many, many times. The second reality is that every U.S. intelligence assessment since 2003, annually, all American U.S. intelligence agencies, they have made it clear there is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization, and there is no evidence of any decision-making by Iranian officials to go for nuclear bomb. I mean, these are the realities. But nevertheless, as the U.S. attacked Iraq under the pretext of weapons of mass destruction, it was a fabricated issue to attack Iran. I mean, we need to understand. However, the JCPOA is the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. It's far beyond NPT. I mean, the transparency measures and the limits Iran accepted within the JCPOA, no other member of NPT has ever accepted. It is, frankly speaking, reality is that the JCPOA is and was NPT 2, because Iran accepted many, many measures on verification and limits beyond NPT.
So, Mr. Mousavian, if there was no divergence, if there was no move to weaponization, why do you think the US and Israel issued such a red line on the nuclear program? If Iran was genuinely not posing a threat, obviously they think they were.
Yeah, see, I was referring to the U.S. intelligence assessment. It is not, I mean, if I say, they would say, yeah, this is Iranian claim. But every American intelligence assessment since 2007 has made it clear. And every IAEA report, I mean, this is not my claim, this is American intelligence assessment, and even the International Atomic Energy Agency. Nevertheless, the JCPOA was a deal between Iran and the US. Although Iran and all world powers, they agreed, United Nations Security Council adopted Resolution 2231, IAEA adopted multiple resolutions, and there is no doubt that Iran was in full compliance from 2015 to 2019. When the US withdrew from the deal, Iran was in full compliance with zero failure to the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. The US withdrew and imposed and rewarded Iran with the most comprehensive sanctions for implication of the most comprehensive agreement, nuclear agreement during the history.
George, do you want to jump in on that? I'm surprised you don't have a comment on it. I mean, if it was such a comprehensive deal, how can President Trump get something better?
Well, first and foremost, not only has the United States made it unequivocally clear that Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon under President Trump's watch, the European Union, China, even Russia has made comments similar to those echoed by the administration. In its totality, it highlights the fact that this isn't simply a U.S.-Iran problem. This is a global problem in which numerous countries view the Iranian potential nuclear threat as a real threat, not an imaginary threat. So when the United States dangled the carrots of an economic boon to Iran to the tunes of buying billions of dollars in wheat, corn, Boeing airplanes before the war, as long as Iran publicly decided and announced that it would no longer enrich uranium or obtain a nuclear weapon, what did Iran say to the negotiators? This is our inalienable right to do so as a sovereign nation. Shortly thereafter, the military strikes commenced. This would have continued and ultimately reached a nuclear-armed Iran if the United States and Israel did not intervene.
And even after the intervention, though, we're still talking about it, George. So how has anything been achieved?
Well, certainly Iran now finally understands that military strikes and the military option is on the table. They never knew that before, because for the last 47 years, no one ever took them on. And that's exactly why Iran continued to finance various terrorist organizations, sell natural gas and oil in an illicit manner, strengthen its ties with other rogue states while waging chaos around the world. That all stopped. And that's exactly why now Iran, for the first time in 47 years, has actually seriously come to the negotiating table. They understand that they were defeated militarily. They no longer have a navy. Their air force was decimated. Their old leadership, which I would argue was the real conservative theocrats, have been absolutely annihilated and assassinated. And they've ushered in a new transitional government, which has openly suggested that they want some sort of sanctions relief. They want to begin to sell oil. They want to be included in the international community. And they no longer want to be viewed as a pariah, but as a stakeholder in the international community. And ultimately, I think that is in the global interest to have Iran act like a rational player, a responsible nation, and one that is reintegrated into the global community. Because for the last 47 years, a pariah in Iran has done nothing but cause instability, and that has been finally addressed. And it's in the interest of the world to see this deal come through.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could jump in on that point also, Mr. Masuvian has, I mean, it's easy to cherry pick sentences from very long, detailed, technical IAEA reports. And it's very easy to, again, cherry pick a sentence from a U.S. Intelligence assessment. The fact is there is really no credible analysts around the world, certainly American intelligence and Israeli intelligence, and pretty much every other Western intelligence agency worth its salt, believe that Iran certainly had a military nuclear option, that Iran had actually reached the point of being a threshold state. They had not yet weaponized. But just over a year ago, before the 12-day war in June, Iran, Iran had enriched uranium to 60%, which is just a hop and a skip from the full military level, sufficient for at least 10 bombs worth. And had they wished, or had the U.S. and Israel not prevented them, they could have actually weaponized and had enough bombs, enough material for the first bombs in a week or two, and the 10 bombs within just a few months. So I think it's a little bit, it's easy again to just cherry pick given sentences and deny what is really virtually incontrovertible evidence to the contrary.
Mm-hmm. No, I think, Professor, you missed a very, very important reality and fact that on the JCPOA, Iran did not have any enrichment above 5%. Based on JCPOA, Iran was committed to enriching below 5%. And Iran's enriched stockpile was below 300 kilograms, and Iran was in full compliance. The moment the U.S. withdrew from JCPOA, violated the JCPOA, imposed the most comprehensive sanctions, Iran started to lower its commitment. Iranian enriched uranium to 60% is after the U.S. withdrawal, not before. Therefore, if we are going to blame anyone, we should ask why the U.S. withdrew, imposing sanctions, pushing Iran as a bargaining chip to increase the level and capacity of its nuclear program. That's why even during the 2025 negotiation between Witkoff and Araghchi, the first day they started negotiations, Iran told them they are ready to get rid of the highly enriched uranium if there is a deal. I mean, Iran, during 2025, during 2026 negotiations, Iran accepted to dilute all 60% enriched uranium and also to go to minimum level of a stockpile. Therefore, the intention was not nuclear bomb. The intention was to respond the U.S. If you violate, if you impose sanctions, we have our cards to play.
Well, what those, if I could jump in, what those cards seem to be is a form of blackmail, that if you do not uplift sanctions or do what we tell you, we will eventually enrich enough for uranium to potentially obtain a nuclear weapon. And look, just look at the way that Iran behaved at the onset of this conflict. They were not attacking the United States and Israel as much as they were actually attacking neutral third parties in the GCC Azerbaijan, and attempted to even attack NATO member Turkey. The world and the region all saw what this regime is all about. This was not a responsible stakeholder in the international community. This was a pariah state that had to be dealt with. And these two examples from what the professor just laid out, which regarding that if they didn't get their way, that they would enrich enough uranium to potentially get a nuclear weapon, and when they did get hit, decide to attack their neighbors. That's what the world was up against, and that's why so much of the international community today actually does stand with the president, stands with Vice President Vance, and they're all applauding this MOU and expect a temporary ceasefire to become a permanent solution.
I think you are dismissing the reality again. The only nuclear weapon state in the region is Israel. No other country in the Middle East has nuclear weapon. And Iran is member of NPT. Iran does not have nuclear weapon. Iran has been attacked by 2 nuclear weapon states. And Israel is the only country is maintaining its nuclear weapon. And you are blaming Iran because of the nuclear weapon. I mean, you need to be realistic. I mean, we cannot, with propaganda, deceive each other. If the Israelis accept nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East, we have United Nations resolution proposed by Iran in 1970s for nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. Iran has been supporting for 50 years, and Israel has been opposing for 50 years. I mean, if any country is supposed to be blamed for nuclear weapon, we should blame the only country with nuclear weapon.
Mr. Freilich, Professor Freilich, you should respond to that. Why can Israel have nuclear weapons, even though they are undeclared, and Iran shouldn't?
Well, no one knows what Israel does or does not have. And in any event,
isn't that part of the problem?
No, that's one of the strengths of the problem, is that Israel does not have a declared policy in either direction. But I think Mr. Mousavian is taking the well-known tactic. If you can't defend a position, then you come up with some other argument which isn't really directly related. There is a difference between a country like Iran and one like Israel. Israel is a democracy. It's considered by most of the world's leaders to be a responsible democracy. And if it's true that it is a nuclear power, well, no one has ever seen hide or hair of it. Nothing. No one knows what Israel does or does not have. And Israel does not threaten its neighbors. Iran has called, ever since the Islamic Republic, repeatedly called for Israel's destruction, has a timeline in which that is supposed to happen. And it's not just rhetoric. It has poured billions and billions of badly needed resources into developing their nuclear capability, into building a vast missile capability, in supporting their regional proxies who all share the same objective of Israel's destruction. We know that the October 7th attack by Hamas, which was largely coordinated in advance with Iran and its Hezbollah proxy, was actually supposed to be the opening act in a war that was supposed to lead to Israel's destruction. So there is no basis for a comparison between what Israel does or does not do in this case and Iran.
First of all, Professor, I have been advocating cessation of any existential threat mutually between Iran and Israel for years and years and years. I have been supporting a two-state solution. I am against any existential threat by any country which is a clear violation of United Nations United Nations Charter. But again, the reality, Professor, is the level of existential threat imposed by Israel on Iran is not more than what Iranians have threatened the existence of Israel, is not less. And you have heard from many, many very respected American high-level politicians from Democrats and Republicans saying that these wars were not American wars, it was Israeli war. I mean, this is a reality which you have heard, you are reading every day in the US. That's why, first of all, I'm against. Second, no, professor, no. I mean, the reality is that everyone knows Israel has nuclear weapon. Nobody, I mean, even the US officials, even Israeli minister publicly said we should attack Iran with nuclear bomb. I mean, this is not something we can hide it. And the reality is that no other country has nuclear weapon. And Iran is member of NPT, and Iran implemented the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. And for 4 years, from 2015, professor, to 2019, check every IAEA report saying the peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. Because under JCPOA, IAEA had full access, and that's why every 3 months, 4 months, 16 reports says clear peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. The problem started when the U.S. withdrew. I mean, I'm really surprised why we are not blaming the country which violated United Nations Security Council Resolution 2231, withdrew from the deal, many IAEA resolutions which adopted JCPOA, and the U.S. withdrew and created such a mess in the region. And the U.S. and Israel initiated attack on Iran.
All right. Well, then, Mr. Papadopoulos, let's put that to you. Was the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA in 2018 the impetus for all this renewed nuclear concern in the region?
The withdrawal from the United States had an effect to see Iran not abide by the NPT, but to actually increase the enrichment of uranium to obtain a nuclear weapon. You can't coincide...
But why withdraw from a deal if it's just going to allow them to continue?
Firstly, that was not a permanent solution.
Japan has about 20,000 kilogram of reprocessed heavy water and enriched uranium, thousands of tons. Many NPT countries, they have enriched uranium up to 90%. Japan has enrichment. Brazil has enrichment. Germany has enrichment. Argentina has enrichment. They have thousands of enriched uranium. Having enrichment, even going to enriching to 90%, is not violation of NPT and international law.
Okay, all right.
Germany...
Nuclear bomb is in violation.
All right, let's let George respond. George, directly respond to, first of all, the first question. Is US to blame for when it withdrew? Did it create this chaos? And then secondly, as what Mr. Mousavian is saying, if other countries are allowed to enrich, if Israel's allowed to have a nuclear weapon, why can't Iran?
Well, other countries, including some that were just referenced, Japan, Argentina, and Germany, have not been financing terrorist organizations throughout the entire world to attack civilians and U.S. and Western interests. They're not spying on various other countries the way that Iran is doing, and they're not a destabilizing factor. Secondly, regarding the United States, the deal that the Obama administration so-called negotiated had sunset clauses that would have never actually made sure that Iran abided by the agreement. They were basically trying to bribe their way into an agreement. The Trump administration understood that. They took the United States out of that agreement, and they showed the world what this regime really was up to and what its modus operandi is. That was exposed. So the United States exited a bad deal that the Obama administration bribed itself into, and the world cannot be viewed as an example to draw parallels to what the Iranian theocracy has been doing for the last 47 years. A 90% enriched Iran is not the same as a pacified Japan at 90%. That's absurd.
All right. Professor Freilich, was the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA the catalyst for all of this nuclear chaos that we're now experiencing?
Well, I thought at the time that it was a mistake on the part of the United States and that it was not helpful. But that's water under the bridge. And to keep talking today about what happened in 2015 or 2018, the withdrawal, again, it's history. The fact is that in any event, the JCPOA was much of its important restrictions have already been lifted, and the rest would have expired by 2030. So that's 3.5 years from now. That's nothing. Now, really, to compare Iran and Japan or Iran and Germany is not a really serious comparison. No country enriches, other than Iran, enriches to the 60 or 90% unless they have a nuclear program. There's a military program. There's absolutely no reason to go much above the normal civil level.
And here, Professor, please ask nuclear scientists how many countries they have already tons of enriched uranium, 90%. Please ask. I know by fact. You can check it, Professor. It is online available.
Okay.
Even UK, they have about 90 tons of enriched uranium to 90%. They don't know what to do with it.
Okay, Professor Freilich?
Well, the UK has a legitimate nuclear program under the NPT, and they're one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. They're allowed to have a nuclear capability. The UK, unlike Iran, does not call for the destruction, the extermination of another state. It hasn't invested huge resources to the destruction of another state. And again, you can cherry pick reports. The IAEA reports never confirmed that Iran has a peaceful nuclear program. It said just the opposite. We cannot confirm.
No. Every IAEA report, Professor, I'm expert on this. Every IAEA report from 2015 July to 2019 May, 16 reports very clearly, they say peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. Everybody who is hearing this program, they can go online and check it.
Okay, Professor Freilich, I'll get you to finish off your comments there for in the interest of balance, and then I'm going to move us on.
No, okay. Look, I don't want to keep sparring over specific points. I can agree with Mr. Mousavian on one thing, and that is that it would be very nice if there were no more existential threats made. They come only from Iran. No one in Israel has any fundamental enmity towards Iran. Obviously, we very much do not like their nuclear programs, the ballistic missile, et cetera, et cetera. But really what Israel wants from Iran is one thing, and that's to be left alone. We are about 1,300 kilometers away at the closest point. That means that none of the usual sources of interstate conflict exist here. We have no border. We have no territory to fight over. We have no common resources, no population groups. The only reason for this, the basic reason for this enmity, is Iran's fundamental enmity. I believe it's a theological enmity, that Iran feels that it cannot live with any non-Muslim majority state in the region. They can live with non-Muslim minorities in various countries in the region, but not a majority non-Muslim country. And Iran is sworn to our destruction. The minute that changes, Israel will be very happy, at a minimum, to have a working relationship with Iran, if possible, full peace.
Well, I'm going to move us on here because this seems like a pertinent time just there, Professor, as you're discussing Israel's position in the region, because the nation clearly appears to be grappling with the implications of a forthcoming Iran deal, particularly the inclusion of Lebanon in any peace agreement, as you're talking there about Iran destabilizing the region through its proxies. Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president, defended his US counterparts. He said President Trump remained the most trusted partner of Israel. However, he did concede that recent developments are generating serious, legitimate concerns in Israel. And that's a direct quote. And some of those concerns are coming from close allies of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They've labelled the US treacherous and weak. So, Mr. Papadopoulos, let's go to you. Has the US betrayed Israel by insisting that Lebanon be included in this deal?
Absolutely not. I think that the United States and Israel have no light between them at this point. I think President Trump is the most pro-Israel president in modern American history, and he has showcased that numerous times, including just recently, in which Vice President Vance echoed the same exact sentiment that President Trump has allowed Israel to have certain equipment and do particular things that no other president has ever allowed them to have or to do. What the president is attempting to do regarding Israel and Lebanon is to basically usher in a new paradigm. And that's really a lot of what happens to do with Iran and the United States. The old modus operandi of the United States and Iran and Israel has been this tit-for-tat economic sanctions and military strikes, which has resulted in Iran becoming a more and more pariah state and financing terrorist organizations that have attacked Israel. The United States now wants to open a new chapter. And in order to do that, you reintegrate Iran into the global economy and politically. You assure that they don't obtain a nuclear weapon. They cease their hostilities, and you have an accord with Israel and Lebanon so that civilians do not continuously die in Lebanon and that Israel continuously becomes isolated because of that conflict. That is the ultimate big picture. And President Trump has Israel in his heart, in his mind, and in the strategy of the United States.
Professor Freilich?
Look, I think that the words treacherous and betrayal are very strong words, which I would not use. I do believe that the president is pursuing American interests, and that, of course, is legitimate. And in this case, I believe that there is a difference in American interests and those of Israel. Reintegrating Iran into the global economy in the hope that this will lead to a change of any significance in Iranian behavior, I believe is an unbased hope. It's also similar to the type of positions which were reflected by the Obama administration at the time of the JCPOA, that maybe we can achieve essentially the same idea. It didn't work then. It hasn't worked numerous other times. The Iranian regime is, for better or for worse, very different from Western regimes. It is a revolutionary regime. It is a theocratic regime. It's a regime which has a mission on earth. And economic considerations aren't unimportant for Iran, but they are very, very secondary to those revolutionary and theocratic objectives. And economic inducements are nice to have for Iran. If the U.S. is offering them, they're very happy to take them. That will not get them to change their behavior. Again, I believe that the imposition of the ceasefire on Israel and Lebanon, which maybe, by the way, in the short term, it's fine. It will let things cool off for a little while, but it will not lead to any fundamental change in the situation in Lebanon. Lebanon is a country which has been hijacked by Hezbollah, which is another way of saying hijacked by Iran. For decades, it has been set back because of Iran. And there are some very good things happening in Lebanese politics today. And they're also reflected in the fact that the U.S. has sponsored Israeli-Lebanese negotiations for the first time in 4 or 5 decades. But the side that's preventing any realistic prospects for success there is Iran, Hezbollah, and Israel must protect itself, okay? No responsible government anywhere in the world would allow its citizens to be fired on time and again on a daily basis, in many cases multiple times per day, and not respond in the way that Israel has and will have to do probably in the short term as well.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mousavian, I mean, if this is an issue between the US, Israel and Iran, do you think that Iran should agree to a deal to ensure peace for its own people, even if it doesn't include a full ceasefire in Lebanon? Shouldn't the Iranian leadership do what's best for the Iranian people?
I think if we are looking for a sustainable deal, as I have been saying for at least 15 years here in the US, first, we need a grand bargain, a comprehensive agreement between Iran and the US to end decades of hostilities, to respect each other's interests, legitimate interests, do not confront each other, do not fight with each other, to have normal diplomatic relations based on mutual interests, number one. Nevertheless, everything is not really about Iran and the US alone. Iran and the US Arab allies, they need also a grand bargain, direct high-level negotiations to create a collective regional cooperation for common cooperation on peace, security, and stability in order to end decades of hostilities between Iran and its Arab neighbors. And the third, as I said, is about Iran and Israel. I think the US, President Trump, is in good position to mediate for Iran and Israel to end decades of mutual existential military security existential threats. I mean, these are really major factors. Nevertheless, the other reality which nobody is talking is the importance of ending Israeli-Arab conflict. And as long as the two-state solution based on hundreds of UN resolutions is not respected by Israel, then we are not going to have Israeli-Palestinian peace. And we should respect the fact that this is Israel who is violating the UN resolutions on two-state solutions. Mm-hmm. And at the end, when we are talking about Lebanon, we should not forget just 6 months ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly, officially said his strategy is Greater Israel, which means occupation of many other Arab countries in the region.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And American ambassador in Israel said, yes, this is the rights of Israel to go for Greater Israel and to occupy the other Muslim countries. This is American and Israeli official statements in less than a year.
Can I add something to this?
Please.
I would agree with one thing that the gentleman just stated, that the United States and Iran do need a grand bargain deal, because for the last 47 years, as I explained, foreign policy and the architects of foreign policy have failed miserably in addressing the Iran question. Now, the question 47 years later has ushered in a burgeoning potential superpower in China that we haven't discussed here yet today, which has over $400 billion invested in Iran and has attempted to de-dollarize the global economy and to force Iran to not sell its oil in dollars, but in yuan. That's something that is also incredibly important for the United States, which is a superpower with global interests, to take into account of how Iran will reintegrate into some sort of framework with the United States vis-a-vis China. China would like to usher in a multipolar world to upend and replace the U.S.-led model, and they're using Iran in many ways as a petri dish to accomplish that objective. And President Trump is very aware of it, and that is why during his trip to China, the Iran question was brought up, and he forced China to stop assisting them in the conflict, and shortly thereafter, this memorandum of understanding came about.
Mm-hmm.
And if I may add something.
Yes, please, because we're almost out of time. So, Chuck, I'm happy for you to comment to wrap us up. Thank you.
Okay, so I was quite interested and glad to learn that Iran has really been fighting for Middle East peace. And the reason that Iran has developed a nuclear program and done all of the other things we've talked about were really all designed to bring about peace between Israel and the Palestinians. That was something that I did not know until this evening.
I never said that, Professor. I never said that.
Yes, you did. You did. That was the implication of what you said. And no, I will agree with you that I, too, that's what you said. You brought up the issue of Mideast peace, which is really totally unrelated. It's actually totally unrelated to the nuclear issue. It's another way of, again, diverting attention.
They're talking about peace in the region. We have 400 UN resolution about two-state solution, peace between Palestinians and Israelis. And the Israelis, they say only one Jewish state. We are talking about peace in the Middle East.
Look, I don't want to talk about the two-state solution, the Mideast peace. That's not the topic of our discussion today.
Exactly. We'll keep it on topic for us.
Yeah, I mean, I too would like to see peace with the Palestinians. It's not the issue here. And I, too, like Mr. Papadopoulos, I agree with you. I would like to see a grand bargain. Unfortunately, the conditions simply aren't there. Okay, Iran is considered to be an international pariah for all of the reasons, again, that we've mentioned today. You don't, by the way, need the U.S. to mediate an end to the existential threats. The threats come from only, the existential ones come from only one side. That's Iran. There can be peace between Israel and Iran the minute that Iran stops making those threats and stops actually taking the concrete actions in pursuit of those threats.
Professor, don't forget Israel attacked Iran, not Iran attacked Israel. The war 2025
of course it did. It was an act of self-defense.
The war 2026 was by Israel. I mean, this was 2 Israeli wars on Iran.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
We're almost
2 attacks by Iran against Israel in 2024.
Okay. Look, we're out of time, so I might leave it there. There's so much more to discuss, but it's going to open us up into such a broader debate, and we won't get out of here this evening because I could continue to talk to the three of you for hours because I really appreciate all of your analysis here. Sayed Hussein Mousavian, former Iranian diplomat and former nuclear negotiator, George Papadopoulos, former foreign policy advisor to President Donald Trump, and Chuck Freilich, former Deputy National Security Advisor for Israel. For your diverging points of view and perspective, we appreciate having you here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and our exclusive interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Now, at least 188 people have been killed after 2 powerful earthquakes struck Venezuela just 1 minute apart. Rescue teams are searching through collapsed buildings in the capital, Caracas, where survivors have been heard calling for help from beneath the rubble. The 7.2 and 7.5 magnitude quakes are among the strongest to hit the country in more than a century. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, who is in Dubai, and Olympian and a broadcaster, Samantha Murray, who is right here in the studio with me. Sam and Shane, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Sam, let's start with you because I just mentioned the death toll there. 188 people have lost their lives so far in this twin earthquakes in Venezuela, but experts actually believe that number could be far higher.
Yeah, devastating scenes that we're seeing today from Venezuela. It's just unbelievable to take in the devastation that's happening there. Experts are talking about the number of people who are unaccounted for. They can't quite place a number on how many deaths right now. Venezuela have launched a non-official website to account for missing people, trying to track them down. This has been shared on social media platforms, but we're not sure yet of official number of death counts. It's not looking good, though, because the US Geological Survey have used a piece of AI technology called a pager, which helps calculate the devastation and the number of deaths, approximate deaths, by an earthquake. Now, given that this was a Doppler earthquake, which doesn't happen very often, although it did happen last year in May 25 in Venezuela, but on a much smaller scale, is where two earthquakes of a similar magnitude take place within very close proximity of one another, therefore resulting in double the devastation. And they're saying the information that they're getting here from the pager is that based on the area where the earthquake took place, that it was densely populated, that it was in the middle of the night, so people weren't alert, they tended to be resting at home or even sleeping, and that the earthquake itself created huge tremors, huge shakes in the ground, and it also happened around 30 kilometres below the surface, which isn't very deep for an earthquake. So based on this data, they've put a figure of around 10,000 to up to 100,000 deaths possible at this point. I know right now the official figure is 188 who have died, but this is an unfolding news story, and we're waiting for the numbers and hoping it stays low, because this is just an unprecedented natural disaster.
Exactly, unprecedented natural disaster that you can't predict. And we had a gentleman on our show a little bit earlier today from Caracas and was saying unable to get hold of their uncle because, as well as the earthquake hitting, it's affected all the internet lines and ability to call or get through to family members. So it's an extremely difficult time for people in Venezuela. Shane, I want to come to you because we're going to look at the politics of this. President Delcy Rodriguez, she's the interim president at the moment. She's been speaking today. What kind of help has been offered by other countries, including the US, when it comes to Venezuela? Because it was just months ago that Nicolas Maduro was obviously captured by the US in Venezuela.
Yeah, so if we look at the big one first, the US. So Donald Trump did post that he was ready, willing, and able to help, and he instructed all of the US government agencies to move quickly. And then sort of echoing those, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is over on this side part of the world, said that the response would be big, fast, and effective. So there's been a lot of big words, but the BBC reported that they had contacted the Pentagon, the White House, and the State Department, and they hadn't gotten any detail on what the size, scale, or how much that sort of big, fast, and effective response from the US will be. But we have got a lot more specific details out of Europe. For example, like Germany is sending 6 military aircraft to help in relief. Switzerland is sending 80 rescuers and dogs and tons of equipment. We've seen the Netherlands is giving 2 million euros specifically, and more rescue teams. And we've also seen Spain and France also mention it. So I think there is ramping up in terms of then hard sort of capitalist dollars. The President Rodriguez has been in contact with the International Monetary Fund, and they've allocated already 200 million. But if you look at the scale of what is going to need to be done, there was also just a figure that's just come up on Reuters saying that roughly about 250 buildings have been destroyed or knocked. So unfortunately, $200 million isn't going to go very far when you're looking at the scale of the destruction to buildings, and then, as Sam was saying, the number of people that have lost their lives. But if you're sort of just, economics and business is sort of my area. So the only one slightly good piece of news was that obviously Venezuela is a huge oil producer, not as big as it should be, but that was ramping up as part of the US sort of aims. And there was fears that ramp up in their oil production would now be constrained and that the oil price may be impacted. But actually it has come out that a lot of their oil infrastructure has not been impacted by this. So that is the one sole positive you can probably take out of it, but in a day when there's not an awful lot of good news coming out of the country.
And I think, Sam, earlier the UN warned of a massive effort needed in the coming days. Tom Fletcher was speaking. He's a senior US official. He said even before these earthquakes, nearly 8 million people in Venezuela were in need of humanitarian support. In Venezuela, under the Nicolas Maduro government, there was underfunding. There was very low investment in hospitals, in government buildings. And now we see a huge disaster like this happen, and there's no electricity in the country and there's no infrastructure to deal with it. And this is also a really big concern.
Absolutely. And this is a country that, as you highlight, relies heavily on aid. So what this means for people today is how are they going to survive? What are they doing for basic resources? There's reports of people looting through desperation right now just to manage through this crisis. So there could be a positive news story out of this in terms of the world globally coming together to support Venezuela, and it'll be interesting to see how well the US supports and stands on. Trump has indicated that he has full commitment to the recovery process and aid. Details we don't yet have. Marco Rubio was discussing that today in Bahrain. So there's huge empathy worldwide. Could turn Venezuela around, could be an opportunity. I suppose it's sort of a sordid thought right now to consider a silver lining where we're at this moment in the story. But just a worst place possible for this scale of earthquake to take place.
Yeah, in some ways it is almost a perfect storm, if you want to put it in that way. Underinvestment, huge humanitarian problems within Venezuela, and now this horrific earthquake. But it'll be interesting to see how this plays out politically in the coming weeks. Thank you so much, Samantha and Shane. The Republican-controlled US Senate has approved a measure demanding that President Trump hold the war in Iran or seek congressional approval before continuing military action. It comes as Republicans in Congress have expressed skepticism about a peace plan Trump has agreed with Tehran. Although the resolution is largely symbolic, Trump has spoken out against it. Posting on Truth Social, he said, "So I have Iran on the ropes, ready to go down for the fall, and the US Senate decides to have a poorly timed and meaningless War Powers Act vote. These senators have just made my job more difficult, but I'll get it done one way or the other because I always get it done." To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Professor and International Relations expert Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, who joins us from Dubai, and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz, who's right here in the studio with me. Dr. Eli and Wissam, it's always great to have you on the show with me. Dr. Eli, let's start with you because we've talked about, obviously, Donald Trump and what he said on Truth Social. What does this mean for President Trump's control over the Iran war since this vote took place?
Good evening, first of all. Thank you for having me. I don't think it will have a big influence on the way he is handling Iran significantly in politics. Now, definitely, I agree with the way he described it. It is not very meaningful in the political sense because the war is already over. And it is in the wrong timing because in the middle of negotiations, you are sending the wrong messages to the counterpart to Iran in that sense, that, you know, the president is not fully in control of his internal house. Now, also, as he said, it will make his life a bit more difficult, but he will do the job anyway. I think this sums up how things will be. It will have a significant, let's say, non-significant symbolic step, but it will not change politics per se or influence the direct interaction with Iran. Now, this definitely is to be read on the internal scene, much more on the external scene, and what it means for, as you said in your introduction, that is a Republican-controlled House and the Republican-controlled Senate would vote and pass this bill.
I also find it interesting too, Wissam, I don't know what you think, but in that very same Truth Social post, Donald Trump called the Republicans who voted, in favour of this War Powers Act, he called the four of them losers. And I wonder what you think of that, because he's calling his very own party members losers.
Well, it's not the first time he is at war with these people. He called them much worse things in the past. But actually, he is facing a real situation here. He is going into mid-term elections, and he is not really sure about what's happening. At the same time, the ground of the GOP is a little bit shaking around him, but he is still in control of much of it. So I guess it's symbolic, as Dr. Ali has said, but not so much, because, he is out of this war, and he always portrays himself as the winner, and he cannot be anything else than a winner. And he is telling them the losers. But he is coming out of a war that is not very popular within his base, the MAGA base, who doesn't like wars, and it's inconclusive in many ways, and he wants it to look like a real and decisive win, and it's not really working.
And there were some polls that came out that were absolutely fascinating, gave us a bit of an insight, Dr. Eli and Wissam, into what the Americans were thinking about this. And 52% of Americans say the war in Iran was not worth the cost. Only 24% of Americans say it was. And this is according to a Reuters Ipsos poll. In that same poll, only 23% of Americans say the US is in a stronger position with Iran after the war, while 35% say it was weaker. Dr. Eli, just reflection on that. We talk about this vote and we say, oh, it's largely symbolic, but there is rising discontent when you have a look at the polling within America when it comes to this Iran war.
Well, two things to say about that. First, if you look at the Memorandum of Understanding itself and what's happening in the negotiation, and to objectively try to assess who's winning and who's losing, so far everything that has been confirmed is stopping the war, opening Hormuz, and Iran promising not to have nuclear weapons. All these 3 points are a huge win for Trump, internally and externally. Everything else that was in the MOU and that were connected to the final deal are quite catastrophic in the sense of how much they give Iran or how much the US itself is supposed to give Iran. If the deals goes or actually happens in 60 days or more or less, in these same frameworks, it will be very bad. That's why again, as we have always said in the past month with you, Leanne, that I am not hopeful that an eventual deal will happen between Iran and the US, because the way things are going, it will not be a good deal or a better deal than Obama's deal. That's why I think he might, by the end of 60 days or before or after, say, I'm done with that, I'm happy with the result I got, and I'm out of this war, which again, as Wissam said, will please his MAGA voters. Now, on the other side of things, if we are speaking about the long-term shift that he is trying to do, and to give him some justice there, every huge turn, especially in a huge country like the US, is going to be very long-term, and the results are not going to be seen immediately. Same what we always said about the tariff policies that he does, or about his international relations policies, also about the effect of the Iran war. If it goes as he wants, it's going to be a huge benefit for the US, not only on the short term, but on the decades to come. So he's always playing the long game. He's trying to turn the US a big turn that he thinks is overdue. And if he succeeds, he's going to be one of the historical presidents of the US. But so far, the results are not yet visible by the American people. And this is his most important challenge before the midterm elections.
And Wissam, Tucker Carlson had done an interview with Sky News, and he said that he thinks the Iran war is the beginning of the end for President Donald Trump. And when I look back in history, we have a look at George Bush and the war against Iraq. We have a look at Joe Biden and the US withdrawing from Afghanistan, many people said that marked the beginning of the end for Joe Biden. Do you think this is the beginning of the end for President Donald Trump?
Well, Tucker Carlson's positions has been under the spotlight for the few months that we have seen, and it's very interesting. Why? Because let's not forget, this man has been the most prominent vocal influencer with the rise of Donald Trump, and especially leading to the second-term win. Now, what I see in this, and also what I see in other people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people, is that this very base at the right of America, the Christian evangelical right, is changing in nature, apparently. We don't know yet to what extent, but we know that this right is turning from biblical to national. One. Two, that they are searching that actually Trump was not made by MAGA. MAGA made him president, but MAGA is the real force that is the change in America, and it remains. And third, this MAGA is searching for another figure that is more close to what they believe. And now the question, who will be coming after Trump? Will it be J.D. Vance? Will it be Marco Rubio? Marco Rubio is not necessarily a MAGA favorite, but let's not forget that this war has been a fabulous occasion for the rise of the aura of these two people. And it is obviously preparing both of them to their next clash in the next elections. And somehow it has shown this base that these two characters, they have substance, whether Marco Rubio leading very successful negotiations, being very enlightened and very brilliant, and phrasing a policy that is somehow inexplicable by his boss, by Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance expressing very clearly what MAGA wants. Now, this shift has also a very interesting twist, which is a shift away from Israel. And I want to talk about that because it is echoed in the same time with a very similar shift on the left. We have seen the rise of someone called Zohran Mamdani, who is obviously only a mayor of a big city in America, but who is becoming a leader of a fringe within the Democratic Party that is now going to the midterm elections. So we have on the right a shift away from Israel, and you have on the left, in the Democratic Party, a shift away from Israel. Let's not forget that Jews in America were classically voters for the Democratic Party. So there is something happening around that theme that is very interesting, and that should be very concerning for Israel, because the shift is not only in one place, it's in both places. And Tucker Carlson, he comes exactly in that shift. The shift in the narrative, the shift in the positioning, the shift in how we understand America first, not in biblical terms, but in more nationalist terms.
And I think it's a really fair point that Tucker Carlson's in the middle of that, Marjorie Taylor Greene to some extent, and Candace Owens too. And they get millions and millions of viewers on YouTube and are influential. We had an American strategist on my show a little bit earlier, and he said Marco Rubio is the voice to listen to. So I wonder if that is a signal that the Republicans are thinking Marco Rubio could possibly be the next in power. And Dr. Eli, just a final thought on Marco Rubio. He's actually in the Gulf. He's in Kuwait, and he's been speaking today, and he did promise that the United States, Gulf allies, that Washington would protect their interests as it seeks to hammer out those final deal. And I think the big question here is Marco Rubio in the Gulf states to reassure them.
Indeed, I think, first of all, let me agree with what Wissam said in the sense that, yes, maybe Vance represents the true vibes of MAGA and reflects what their priorities are. But Rubio still, to a large extent, represent the institutions of the U.S. and the establishment per se, which could play against him in a future, candidacy per se. But again, as a sound of reason, as a voice of reason, as the voice of the establishment, he's here to reassure that the traditional, historical, strategic partnership that the U.S. has with the Gulf countries is not going to be compromised by any deal that is happening with Iran or any talks that are happening with Iran. Now, this trip is definitely overdue because, as we've said, The MOU did not include any of the main concerns of the Gulf region, and they were the ones who suffered most from this war. They were not, their opinion was not taken into consideration by not starting the war, and then it is not now being taken into consideration by how to stop the war. That's why the visit is very important, to reconnect and to make sure that they have the full support of the US, and at least the promise that all their main concerns, the security of the region, the terrorist cells, the ballistics, the drones, and Hormuz, of course, all of these things will be discussed with Iran, and the US will make sure to get enough guarantees to the Gulf countries, who, we have to remember, themselves are already starting dialogue with Iran to try to get the reassurances and to try to rebuild this trust that was drastically and completely broken between the two sides of the Gulf.
Just a quick final thought on Rubio and J.D. Vance. We don't have much time, but, you know, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, is off, and we saw Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance speak to the press. They went in and held those press meetings, which I found absolutely fascinating, because Dr. Eli...
Baptism of fire.
Yes, but I don't know, almost felt like a reality TV show, because we know Donald Trump was on The Apprentice. It almost felt like, well, I'll see how well they do in front of the press, and then, you know, we can make 100%. A decision.
Absolutely. And let's not forget about Donald Trump is a man of entertainment at the end of the day. And these two, and especially J.D. Vance, they are playing into this. They always say Trump is the man of the deal. Okay, not really. He's the man of the money. Okay, not really. He's the man of the grand finale. He's searching for the final Miss Universe pageant, you know, set, and he is even in politics. But just a very quick note, I think the priority of the Gulf nations is not to go back to war.
Yes.
And this is why this has been a priority. And when J.D. Vance was asked why this deal is different from Obama's deal, the first thing he said, because the GCC countries, they endorse it and they want it. So this is what they are saying. And I would say that the $300 billion that are somehow written very vaguely in the MOU, it's a luring point that says to Iran, if you go in the right direction, a lot is waiting, and the GCC is all united, waiting to engage and make a better future for the region.
And Keir Starmer has held his first cabinet meeting since announcing he'll step down as both Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party. The race to succeed him is beginning to take shape, with senior Labour figures considering whether to challenge Andy Burnham for the party leadership. Burnham remains the clear frontrunner, with some ministers backing what they describe as an orderly transition of power. Michael, let's start with you. So Number 10 has said there'll be no new major policy or spending commitments made until a new Prime Minister is, of course, appointed in the UK. But questions remain over how long that will be. And I think that's a big question right now.
I think it is incredibly important that we think about the position that Keir Starmer is going to be in if he were to stay too long. Now, July 9th is when we will be in a position, it's going to be open, right? That's what Keir Starmer has said, that he is going to make it open for the MPs to decide who will succeed him. And I want to make the point that we're not experiencing a conclave like we were more than a year ago. Most MPs, if they don't know now, they will know very soon who is going to have a decent chance if they want to run against Andy Burnham. But I think that the Labour Party has a bigger issue at play, and that's making sure that they come together so that they present themselves as a united front, because Nigel Farage is a real player. And I think that the Tories, they could have some success as well. But there are other parties beyond the Labour Party right now that I think are bigger threats. So the Labour Party, in my opinion, should be making sure that they're coming together, that they're having all these discussions, almost like a conclave, behind closed doors, not going public, making sure that they can sort this out so that once the date, July 16th comes around, by July 17th, they have Andy Burnham as the man, and then Keir Starmer is able to go, and that's when things are able to move forward.
And let's pick up a little bit on that, Freddie, because how much is Burnham's appeal based on the fact that he defeated reform in that Makerfield by-election quite comprehensively, and that's been a really big concern for the Labour Party after those council elections?
Well, yes, I think the Labour Party wants to make sure that it keeps the Tories down, but not entirely down, and keeps reform down as well, but ensures that the vote on the right is split. The extent to which Burnham helps them do that is interesting. When it comes to the recent by-election, which meant that he's now in the House of Parliament and can now become Prime Minister, that was last week. It feels a long time ago. But the clear message there that Labour took from it is that Burnham himself enjoys, perhaps just in that part of the world, but enjoys substantial popular appeal. He gives a bounce to any normal Labour vote, up to 12 or 14 points, it was thought, in Makerfield in that recent by-election. That is a very significant factor because Labour are desperately unpopular, just like the Conservative Party are desperately unpopular. They're seen as a kind of dysfunctional ruling class. And that is why you have reform doing so well everywhere, in many parts of the country. So can Burnham be the kind of slayer of Nigel Farage, slayer of reform? I think probably that's a bit optimistic if Labour Party people really think that. But he's certainly a more popular figure in terms of his public profile. People warm to him. He's got quite a nice manner, whereas Keir Starmer was always very stiff and sort of awkward on the international stage and the domestic stage. I think he will enjoy some kind of popularity bounce. The big question here is whether Labour will call an election because they feel so confident that Burnham is suddenly their great saviour.
And I think this is such a good point because you mentioned reform there. Richard Tice from the Reform Party is saying that Burnham should call a general election in the next 6 months because he can't be, in many ways, what lots of the papers are saying, a messiah without a mandate. And Michael, I guess the question comes to you. Right now, Andy Burnham has had so much success in the north of England. They call him the King of the North. But that's the bubble in the north. It's not Westminster. It's not running a whole government with civil service, with budgets, with defence plans, with growth, with the economy. I wonder if he can translate that success in the north into the whole country.
This is the million-dollar question, right? Can somebody take their popular sentiment and turn it into real reform, pardon the pun, within their own party, and to get the entire country to sort of follow him as he decides that this is the best course of action. As a Canadian, I'm reminded not that long ago, Justin Trudeau was probably incredibly unpopular, certainly for the last 12, maybe the last 18 months of his time in office. And then you had Mark Carney, who came in seemingly to your average Canadian out of nowhere. And he stepped into the fold and very quickly called an election. And he had that bump that Freddie talked about, that he was able to ride to an election victory through a general election. So could Andy Burnham do the same thing? He might be able to. I just feel like right now reform, as Freddie was saying, reform is, I think Labour needs a little bit more time to get a few wins under their belts before they call an election so that they then have some wins that they can use to sort of talk about what they've achieved while they were in office, and then they can maybe use that to carry on for another election win.
Freddie, you are in the Westminster bubble right now. We've seen the Tories release what they've done online regarding what's going to be happening with the Labour Party. What does the Westminster bubble think of what's happening now with Burnham? Is it a positive rhetoric that they're expecting, a positive outcome with the new leader, or not so?
I think Westminster's slowly coming to the realisation that it looks ridiculous to the outside world because we've obviously had this ridiculous churn in prime ministers. We've had 7 prime ministers in the last 10 years. Every summer, it seems, as soon as the temperature goes up just a tiny bit, it's going up quite a lot. at the moment, our politicians seem to go mad and try and kill each other, not literally, but in terms of their careers. And I think there is a sense among politicians I've spoken to this week that some sort of proper government needs to happen soon, because we are drifting as a country. We are failing to grow as a country. We have all sorts of problems that are just not being addressed. And the public desperately want change, but they keep getting more of the same or worse. And that's the sort of overwhelming sense in Westminster at the moment. It's like we've been messing around for 10 years ever since Brexit. We've had all these perma-crises. We need to suddenly get our act together. And that's not just felt among the Labour Party, because Labour MPs feel that they had this big majority and they were all full of hope 2 years ago that now things were going to be better. And then it ended up being this disastrous premiership that was Keir Starmer's. So they feel that very strongly. But it's also, you hear it among Tories too. There is this sense that the Palace of Westminster, where politics happens, has to get better. Otherwise, it's going to suffer an enormous reversal that will be, Reform's victory if that's to happen.
And as you did say, preparing to welcome the 7th Prime Minister in 10 years since that Brexit vote, which I'm sure we all remember well. But there's lots of memes online at the moment, Freddie and Michael. I don't know if you've seen them, but one that I really like is, if anyone's ever spent any time down at number 10 Downing Street, of course, where the Prime Minister lives, they have a cat, and the cat's called Larry the cat. Larry's very famous, and Larry has outlasted 6 UK Prime Ministers, and Larry's about 15 years old. So I don't know what that says about the Prime Ministers and the politicians. Go on, Freddie.
There's a slightly sick theory that as soon as Larry dies, we will have a stable government.
Protect Larry.
Keep the crisis going. We'd rather keep the cat.
Now to the latest from the 2026 World Cup. Saudi Arabia was beaten 4-0 by Spain as Egypt secured its first ever World Cup win with a 3-1 victory over New Zealand. Meanwhile, Iran left a message of thanks in Los Angeles after they draw with Belgium, calling for both peace and respect. Jono, let's start with Saudi Arabia. They were beaten by Spain, but is there still hope, or is it the hope that kills us?
Well, no, they were beaten. So, I mean, it looks bad on paper, losing 4-0. That does look damaging. But because of this new system, it's 48 teams in the World Cup now. It's the biggest we've ever had. So actually, more nations get a chance to make it through to the round of 32. So Saudi Arabia still have 1 point on the board. That's from their game against Uruguay. So everything comes down to their final match now. That's Cape Verde, which they're playing on Saturday. So if they beat Cape Verde, then they get themselves a chance of reaching round of 32. So depending on the outcome of Spain versus Uruguay. So although Spain were the better side in the game, and Saudi fans have come out and said that Yamal, a wonderful 18-year-old player, scored 10 minutes into the game. Very, very impressive. This guy is one of the lookouts, I would say, because there's been so many in this World Cup, hasn't there? Saudi Arabia's campaign is very much alive. The biggest concern, I think, for Saudi is not so much the points table. It's going to be tightening up the defensive. They've conceded 5 goals in 2 matches, so that's something that's to be noted there as well. And when they come up against Cape Verde, their goalkeeper has been making headlines for all the right reasons as well. He's a very impressive 40-year-old goalkeeper. This is the guy that we've heard all the stories about, going from 50,000 followers up to, and I think his last check was on 22 million followers. This guy is effectively the superstar of the World Cup so far. So they will have a tough game. However, the good news is teams that are in the top 3, it looks like from the majority of the rest of the groups, are making it through to the round of 32, with just the last team being taken out of each of the groups. And there will be some groups where there'll be 2 teams who will drop out at the end of the group. So it's not over. It's definitely not over. And I think we'll wait and see what happens on Saturday. But a lot of people seem to be quite confident. And even from the game that I saw with Uruguay, I was very pleasantly surprised. They maintained, possession of that ball for the majority of the first half of the game. Was Saudi's game. Then they scored a goal in the first half. It was a very impressive game that they played against Uruguay, who many people thought would have been a walk in the park for Uruguay. Very much not the case. So I think that Saudi team could still do very well. You also mentioned that note for the Iranian team which was left, and they left a really nice note to the people of LA for their hospitality and thanking the fans as well, which I thought was really nice in the game that they played and finished 1-1 on last night as well. So there's been some really nice feel-good stories emerging from this World Cup as well. And like I mentioned about the underdogs, this is a World Cup of underdogs. We're seeing teams that nobody expected to do very well, you know, comfortably making it through the group stages and sauntering into round of 32, which kicks off on Saturday night, I believe, is the first of the round of 32. So this is Sunday night. So it's been a very impressive World Cup so far with some very impressive players. And against Spain, with their 18-year-old player, has just making all the headlines today from his very impressive goal within 10 minutes. It's just been, again, so many wonderful stories coming out of the World Cup. And we're not even 2 weeks in.
Not even 2 weeks in. Jono was just talking about this fabulous young Spanish player. What more can you tell us? And also, I just want to let you know something. I was just going to have a look at the headlines on my phone. But Argentina have wrapped up their game. And Lionel Messi, let me tell you, Argentina beat Austria 2-0 to reach the World Cup knockout phases. And then I want to tell you, Lionel Messi becomes all-time top scorer at any men or women's soccer World Cup with the 18th goal in Argentina match versus Austria. I mean,
it's incredible,
isn't it?
Yeah.
And you were telling me it's his birthday in 2 days.
It's his birthday in 2 days' time. Yeah, you know, he's going to be a couple of years shy of 40. So you know, maybe he's even got one more World Cup left in him. But what is fascinating is, you know, he was one of the youngest scorers of a goal in a World Cup. I think the youngest until last night when Lamine Yamal scored his first. Mm-hmm. And, you know, he is a known force. He plays for Barcelona, Lionel Messi's old team. We saw him in the Euros a couple of years back where, again, he really was a sensation. You know, the irony is of last night, Messi is his hero, and he scored a goal at an age which was actually younger than when Messi scored his first goal at a World Cup. You know, he came on, and, you know, his coach and others say whenever he's on the ball, he just does something magical. He does something incredible. And, you know, I wasn't in a way surprised at the result. My daughter was disappointed because she was hoping for a day off, like when Saudi beat Argentina 4 years back. But look, the Spanish side are very, very, very good. Tactically, they're very strong. They've got amazing technical skills. And, you know, it's going to take something really magical as well to halt them and stop this young guy from pulling out all his tricks. And I think he's going to be one of the big stars of the tournament. So let's see how far he can go.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burgess-Watson. Coming up today, as Washington and Tehran try to map out a peace deal, President Trump says Iran has agreed to allow nuclear inspectors long into the future. Well, I'll be asking the former US National Security Advisor John Bolton why he's so critical of this MOU. I'll also be speaking to the former UK National Security Advisor, Sir Mark Lyle-Grant, and asking him what progress he sees in the US-Iran negotiations. And as the UK prepares for its 7th Prime Minister in the space of a decade, I'll be asking on this, the 10th anniversary of the Brexit vote, why and how the UK became such a difficult country to govern. All of that coming up. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the developments in the Iran war. Well, yesterday's talks between Iran and the United States wrapped up in Switzerland. After 18 hours of intense negotiations, both sides have pointed to positive progress. But there is still one major question mark: nuclear monitoring. Well, the US Vice President J.D. Vance says that Iran has agreed to admit international inspectors, although Tehran says that no such commitments have been made. Well, one thing that does seem certain, though, is that traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is steadily picking up, with at least 24 commercial vessels passing through during the past 24 hours. And with the latest Iran talks concluded, attention is shifting to the next round of US-mediated negotiations. This time, they'll be focused on Lebanon. Well, John Bolton is the former US National Security Advisor under President Trump during his first term. He's also former US Ambassador to the United Nations. He joins us now from Washington. Thank you so much for being with us, Ambassador Bolton. I'd like to start by getting your thoughts on this US-Iran deal, the 14-point MOU, which aims to map out a long-term peace treaty. Now, you've described this deal as variously terrible diplomacy, a disaster, a mistake, and a trap. Why the harsh criticism?
Well, there really isn't much of a deal there. I mean, this focused obviously on Trump's desire to get gasoline prices at the pump for American consumers down. And to do that, he wanted to open the Strait of Hormuz, get all that Gulf petroleum from both the Iranian and the Arab sides of the Gulf out into global commerce and bring the price down. Well, almost everything else in the deal is very much put off into the future, particularly the critical question of Iran's nuclear weapons program. And we can see already with the discussions in Geneva in the past couple days and what's happened there, that already we've lost the focus on the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and the other questions, while Iran concentrates on protecting Hezbollah in Lebanon. So I don't think there's much promise of any long-term success here. I think this is very much in Iran's interest, simply to start discussions, kick the can down the road as far as they can, and hope that Trump's attention is diverted elsewhere.
Well, we've heard from President Trump in the last couple of hours, and he said this. He said Iran has agreed to allow nuclear inspections long into the future. I mean, that sounds like progress, doesn't it?
Well, that's about the 20th time Iran has announced over the last 25 years that it will allow inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The trouble is, during that entire period of time, Iran has consistently denied the IAEA inspectors access to places like the Parchin military base, where a lot of the weaponization work in the nuclear program was actually going on. And even as it allowed inspections in places like Natanz, right nearby at what is now called the Pickaxe Mountain site, they've opened up a whole new effort to what looks to have uranium enrichment done deep under the nearby mountains. So this is a pattern. We saw it before when Saddam Hussein was trying to hide his nuclear weapons program from the UN right before the first Persian Gulf War. Jim Baker, Secretary of State at the time, called it a program of cheat and then retreat, and that's exactly what Iran is doing here.
I mean, you've said that this diplomatic effort underway right now is, quote, as wrong as Washington's withdrawal from Afghanistan, maybe worse, you're quoted as saying. What would you advise President Trump to do in this case?
Well, I think he made so many mistakes during the course of this operation, going right back to the beginning. So rather than repeat all of that, just at the moment that he entered this MOU with Iran, there was a clear alternative for the United States, and that was using, in all probability, the military force to open the Strait of Hormuz to traffic from the Gulf Arab side, keep the blockade on Iran's exports to prevent it from earning billions of dollars in revenue that it will use to rebuild the nuclear program, rebuild the terrorist proxies, repress the Iranian people, but allow the Gulf Arab oil to get out into international markets. That would bring the global price down substantially. That would get Trump what his real focus here, which is what American consumers are paying when they fill up their cars at the gas station. I think we could have done it. I think the fact that for weeks now we've been escorting a number of ships out through the Strait of Hormuz, not pre-war traffic to be sure, but a number of ships getting through, showed that the threat from Iran was really less serious than many people believed. They were once again bluffing, engaged in a test of will and resolve with Trump, and the Iranians won.
Do you see this deal as being done in something of a hurry, perhaps for political reasons back home, notably the forthcoming midterm elections?
Yeah, I think that's really the explanation for it. This deal doesn't reflect any strategic analysis. It reflects panic on Trump's part that largely through his own inadequate preparations, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. He had to make some kind of deal to get the strait open and bring gas prices down. He feared making a bad deal, which he's done, and it's already caused him considerable political difficulty back here. I think the proximity of America's November midterm congressional elections works entirely in Iran's favor. I believe they calculate in Tehran that Trump will not resort to significant military force before the November elections, because that's very much on his mind. That just gives them more time to dig out, to consolidate power for the Revolutionary Guard, and prepare for the endless negotiations that now lie before us.
I mean, clearly not an easy job for the teams that gathered in Switzerland and the other negotiating teams that have gathered in other places around the world, with President Trump making comments from the sidelines on social media. But how do you rate the overall skill set and the negotiating skills of the U.S. delegation?
Well, not very highly. I mean, you have a New York real estate dealer who's a close friend of Trump's, and his son-in-law, who has his own personal private economic interest at stake here as well. It'd be nice to have somebody on the negotiating team, for example, who knew something about nuclear weapons.
So what would you like to see done differently by that negotiating team?
Well, I don't think there's any point in negotiating with the regime in Iran. I think they have evidenced the complete determination to carry out their long-standing objective to get deliverable nuclear weapons. And I don't think that will change as long as this regime is in power. That's the blunt reality that I think the White House is, and many others, are not willing to face. It's not a pleasant prospect, but it gives the regime new life to allow it to export oil, gain the revenues, re-entrench itself in power. We're just buying maybe not another 47 years of the regime, but we're buying it staying in power for quite some time.
Some have suggested that the war and the effort to end it have driven a wedge between the United States leadership and the Israeli leadership. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but ever since Israel's founding in 1948, people have written stories about wedges between American leadership and Israeli leadership, and it's true in every presidency we've seen. I think this is sort of the flavor of the day. We'll see what happens in the region. We'll see what Iran continues to do. The relationship is not just the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu, but between the people of the two countries, which remains very strong.
We've heard President Trump and Vice President Vance in the last couple of days talking about turning over a new leaf with Iran. I mean, that's very different language to what we were hearing in February, isn't it? It doesn't sound like the US sees this regime in Iran collapsing anytime soon, does it?
Well, I don't know what they think about that, but this idea that the regime's going to turn over a new leaf is fantasy. It envisages the remnants of the regime and those who are filling the many vacancies we've created, saying, we've pursued this course of religious fanaticism and authoritarianism for 47 years. Why don't we just change everything today to have a good deal with Donald Trump? It's not going to happen. What we've seen is that the ideological zeal that drove the revolution 47 years ago has continued, and it just underlines the point. Until the regime itself disappears, we're going to face the same behavior.
You've written that some US allies are dismayed at how events have panned out during the course of the last 3 months. Not just US allies, I'd like to know what you think of US adversaries and what they think of how things have happened, notably in places like Beijing, Moscow and Pyongyang.
Well, I think they must be very dismayed by what they saw of the destructive capability of America's military, and really Israel using essentially American equipment was part of the operation as well. That has to worry them from a military point of view. But what they've seen in President Trump and his White House is a fecklessness, an inability to think strategically, an administration that's driven day by day, making decisions by the seat of its pants. That plays directly into their interest, because they see an America that's not able to conduct strategic analysis, not able to formulate a plan and stick to it.
You wrote in the British newspaper The Telegraph, quote, "The Iran regime still holds and will continue to hold the whip hand." Are you saying that Iran emerges from this as the victor?
Well, that was in reference to the Strait of Hormuz, and I think although let's assume the very best, which I don't think will happen. Let's assume the very best. The strait becomes completely open, the way it was 10 years ago. What Iran has learned is it can open and close the Strait of Hormuz like turning a light switch on and off. And all that it faces really are diplomatic consequences. That's why, as I mentioned earlier, the U.S. forcing the strait open, I think, was the one possible way to establish deterrence in the minds of the regime's leaders in Tehran. And we didn't do that. And I think that's a big win for the regime.
Ambassador Bolton, we're nearly out of time. Just your last thoughts. I mean, has this joint US-Israeli military operation achieved anything at all, in your view?
Sure. I think there's massive destruction of Iran's military-industrial complex, its navy, its air force, Revolutionary Guard components, and obviously decimation of the top leadership itself. I think the fault here is not that we didn't do a lot of damage, but that we stopped too soon.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. John Bolton, former US National Security Advisor. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks for having me.
We can bring into the conversation now Sir Mark Lyle-Grant, who is a former UK National Security Advisor and former permanent representative of the United Kingdom to the United Nations. He joins us today from London. Sir Mark, always a pleasure having you on this programme. We've been speaking in this programme already about the US-Iran deal, the 14-point memorandum of understanding. I mean, from what you're hearing and from what you're seeing with regards to those talks that took place in Switzerland, I mean, are you seeing signs of progress, would you say, overall?
Well, it's clearly good that the two sides are talking and are taking the 60-day truce, the window for negotiations, very seriously. And both sides are being positive, saying that good foundations have been set. But there's a huge number of issues to be resolved in that 60-day period. So I'm not confident that it will all be finally ratified in that time, and there'll probably need to be an extension of the 60-day period. But what is clear is that neither Iran nor the United States want to resume hostilities. So this is a positive start, if you like.
We've heard from President Trump today saying that Iran has, quote, agreed to allow nuclear inspections long into the future. I mean, that sounds like a result, doesn't it?
Well, it is a result, although we've also heard from Tehran that that hasn't been agreed by the Iranian side. So I think that's still a little bit uncertain. But if it does allow the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Authority, inspectors back into Iran, that would obviously be a very good thing and be a widespread reassurance for the region. But of course, one can't ignore the fact that inspectors were there from the days of the JCPOA right up until June last year, when the US and Israel started the military campaign against Iran.
Since you mentioned the JCPOA, I mean, do you see the final outcome of this deal as being likely to be better than that Obama administration era piece of agreement?
Well, it's difficult to say at this stage, Tom, because it's very much a memorandum of understanding, a sort of framework for negotiations, and nothing has really been agreed on the nuclear file. The JCPOA, in which I was one of the negotiators for a period, was a very detailed 18-page document with real nuclear experts involved. From what I've seen so far, I think it rather unlikely that whatever comes out of the current negotiations will be less favourable to Iran, if you like, than the earlier deal. So I'm not sure that much has been achieved by the US-Israeli military campaign against Iran so far. But it's early days, and I don't think we should prejudge the outcome quite yet.
Where would we be if President Trump hadn't torn up the JCPOA deal during his first presidency?
Well, we'd certainly been in a lot better position than we are now. We'd be in a position where inspectors were regularly going into Iran to check whether they were complying. We would have both Russia and China as allies in ensuring that Iran complied with the deal. And by now, I would think there would probably be some ongoing negotiations about how to take that deal further, because it did have certain sunset clauses in it. And of course, there would not have been any interruption to the free passage of ships through the Straits of Hormuz. So we would be in a much better position than we are now. And of course, we wouldn't have had the many people who've been killed and the devastation of quite a large part of Iran in the meantime.
We were speaking just before we crossed to you to John Bolton, who I'm sure you're familiar with, and I expect you've worked with as well over the years. And he seemed to be suggesting that the US is in a hurry to clinch some sort of a deal, notably for domestic political reasons. Is that how it looks to you?
I think that's probably right. I mean, of course, John Bolton was the one of the people who persuaded President Trump to rip up the JCPOA in 2018. But even he, I think, recognizes now that this is being done in a great hurry because of the domestic political concerns that President Trump has, with the midterm elections coming up in November, and the economy obviously suffering with oil prices going up, etc. So I think there is some time pressure on the United States, in a way that I think President Trump perhaps earlier thought that all the pressure would be on Iran, both in terms of time and in the strength of the cards in the respective hands. But of course, it hasn't turned out like that.
Indeed, it hasn't. And in fact, I mean, we haven't heard any mention of regime change ambition on the part of the United States or Israel, for that matter, since, perhaps March or so. So it's been quite a change of narratives. I mean, do you see this leadership in Iran surviving, even perhaps, as some say, coming back stronger?
Well, there is still a great deal of opposition on the streets, as it were, in the general public to the regime in Tehran. There's no question of that. But nonetheless, when a country is attacked from outside, often people do rally around the flag. And I think what we've seen over the last couple of months is that the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, have increased their authority within the regime at the expense of some of the others, like the president and perhaps even the mullahs. And that doesn't bode well for the future of democracy, or the prospect of a return to democracy in Iran. So in that sense, I think the regime has been strengthened by what has happened. But equally, the people of Iran have suffered greatly as a result.
And, I think quite a lot of America's allies are pretty dismayed. I think we've spoken before about the wisdom of the United Kingdom joining in this conflict in its earlier stages. I mean, do you maintain that the outgoing British Prime Minister was right to have resisted the invitation to get involved?
Well, I think it was a difficult decision for him, to be honest. I think the United Kingdom wasn't involved in the planning, wasn't in favour of military action at a time when there were ongoing negotiations back then in February in June last year, going on in Geneva. And so I don't think the British government felt that they knew what was the purpose of the military campaign. And in those circumstances, I think it was quite reasonable of the British Prime Minister to say, look, we're happy for you to use the bases for defensive purposes, but we're not happy for you to use them for offensive purposes. And I think that position was probably broadly supported by a majority of the British people. What sort of approach the new Prime Minister, whoever that may be, and when that will happen, could happen very quickly, of course, will take on this conflict, and indeed on relations with the United States more generally, we've yet to see.
Indeed. I mean, do you see this chapter as having perhaps changed America's international credibility, its standing on the world stage?
I think so. I think that America's standing was suffering under President Trump's second term in any event, because of the sort of anti-multilateralist stance that he took, and the fact that he was criticizing European culture, intervening in European politics, I think went down very badly with European leaders. And I think this unnecessary war certainly unnecessary in the eyes of almost all European leaders, will have damaged America's reputation further. But having said that, almost all European countries trade and have a very close security defense relationship with the United States. And I think that underlying relationship will not be changed by the politics of today or tomorrow.
How do you think America's adversaries, notably Russia, China, North Korea, view all of this? Do you think it will have altered any of their own calculations in terms of what they might do in some of their own territorial wars in the future?
Well, I think Putin is a little bit conflicted, if you like. On the one hand, the fact that the attention has gone away from the Ukraine conflict to the Middle East, and certainly America has pivoted very strongly towards the Middle East and is now playing a much smaller role in Ukraine, is good for Putin. The fact that the oil price has been pushed so high is certainly good for Russia's economy. On the other hand, Iran was an ally of Russia in the Ukraine conflict and was providing drones and equipment to Russia. And that obviously has dried up once the military campaign started by the United States and Israel. So as I say, he's probably a bit conflicted by it. I think the Chinese would like this conflict never to have happened and would like to get it settled as soon as possible, because for them, it is the economic relationship with the Gulf states that is the most important thing. And they do not want the oil price to be high, and they want to have free navigation of seas right around the world. So for them, I think they'll be relieved that there is an end, at least, to the fighting. I think there's actually a closer relationship between the Ukraine conflict and Russia's approach on Taiwan, because I think one thing that Xi Jinping will have noted from the Ukraine conflict is that a military attack on a neighbor, if you like, even a much smaller neighbor like Taiwan is a highly hazardous process. And he will have noted how successful Ukraine has been in disrupting Russian attempts to take over their country. And I think that does make him more cautious in his approach, certainly to a military invasion of the island of Taiwan.
On balance, would you say this chapter, the last 3 months, has made the world a more or less dangerous place?
Well, certainly not safer, and I would say more dangerous. Because certainly the Gulf states are feeling that, their sense of security and stability, which was absolutely vital to their economic prosperity and future, has now been damaged, and that'll take some time. The economic global situation has undoubtedly got worse. And there is a link between economic security and national security. So if economic security is harmed and supply chains are disrupted, as has happened, then that damages everyone's national security. So certainly I would say the world is more dangerous than it was before this conflict.
You're quoted as having said recently that the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, stood a better chance than Steve Witkoff of striking a deal. Do correct me if you've been misquoted there. How do you rate the overall negotiating skills of the US delegation?
Well, I think J.D. Vance has the sort of stature that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff don't have. Both of those two come from a property background. They don't have any direct international experience. And don't appear to be supported by a great number of real experts, either on Iran or on the nuclear file. So I think if J.D. Vance brings in some of those experts, which of course America has experts in this area, then he has a better chance of cutting a deal. And also the fact that he's the vice president itself is a status issue for the Iranian negotiators, and they are more likely to believe that he can sell that deal to President Trump than perhaps the other negotiators. So I think it's a good thing that he is involved in negotiations, and it gives me a little bit more optimism about the outcome of the talks.
It can't have been easy for the US delegation throughout these last few weeks of diplomatic efforts, with President Trump putting out messages on social media as the talks are taking place. Just with regards to how the next British Prime Minister handles that important relationship with Washington, what advice would you give? I mean, we can probably assume, can't we, that it's going to be Andy Burnham, the next British Prime Minister. How would you advise him to proceed with regards to managing that extremely important relationship?
Well, the difficulty for Andy Burnham is that he is going to have to concentrate even more than most prime ministers say they will on the domestic issues, because it is more the domestic issues that people vote on, and he needs to show that he can run the country, having only run a large city in the UK, in Manchester. So I think he's going to need to devolve quite a lot of the authority overseas to someone else. And I think he ought to appoint, as Foreign Secretary in particular, a very high-profile person who can gain the confidence of international leaders. You know, someone like David Miliband, perhaps, to come back as Foreign Secretary. I think that would be a very positive step, in the same way that Rishi Sunak, before him, brought back David Cameron in that role. Because, of course, although Andy Burnham will have to go to the big summits overseas, I don't expect him to be travelling overseas as much as you would expect a Prime Minister to do who is in the second half of his tenure.
Yeah, I mean, Sir Keir Starmer, even though he seems to have suffered domestically in terms of his popularity, hadn't he crafted a position for himself, or moulded a position for himself as something of a statesman, hadn't he?
I agree, and I think he did well on the international scene, both in showing clear support for Ukraine, taking some tough decisions there, in developing a personal relationship with President Trump, which, although it came under strain in recent weeks, as you mentioned, nonetheless, I think established the basis of a relationship between a Labour government in the United Kingdom and a Republican administration in Washington that a lot of people thought wouldn't happen. Now, the policy differences that Britain has found with the United States will still be there when Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, and he is going to have to spend some time developing that sort of relationship with President Trump. But I wouldn't expect him to diverge significantly from the line that Keir Starmer has taken on international affairs. A big question for him early on will be on defence spending, because one of the reasons that Keir Starmer came under pressure in the last few weeks is because the Defence Secretary resigned, saying that not enough money was being devoted to defence. Now, for Andy Burnham, who comes from the left of the party, more than Starmer certainly, increasing defence at the possible expense of internal spending is going to be a very difficult decision. And some countries overseas, including certainly the United States, will judge his performance on how much additional defence spending Britain is prepared to put in over the next few years.
And just lastly, I mean, President Trump sounded pretty dismissive of Sir Keir Starmer, suggesting he hadn't done enough in certain key areas and saying he's no Winston Churchill. I mean, not a particularly glowing assessment of his premiership. I mean, if President Trump didn't manage to craft a particularly successful relationship with Sir Keir Starmer, I mean, how do you think he's going to manage with Andy Burnham, who's arguably even further removed from President Trump on the political spectrum?
Well, it's true, Tom, that Keir Starmer became the sort of butt of some criticism from President Trump in recent months. But one shouldn't forget that actually the relationship started off pretty well. A good trade deal was reached between the two countries. Britain was given some relief from tariffs imposed on other countries, including other European countries, that there was an inward state visit, an outward state visit by King Charles to the United States, which went extremely well. So actually the relationship between the two countries is in pretty good shape. And we should never forget that at the end of the day, it's a little bit like an iceberg, where 7/8 of the relationship is beneath the surface. And even if there is political froth at the top and there is a bad relationship between the president and the prime minister, that doesn't really affect the underlying parts of the iceberg. And I've seen that throughout my career in public life.
I just want to ask you one last quick question, because the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, appears to be speaking at the moment. I'm getting quite a lot of alerts with that regard. He says his country will accept nothing less than the end of Israeli occupation of the south of his country. He also says that there's going to be a decisive round of talks mediated once again, we believe, by the United States between his country and Israel. I mean, Lebanon was dragged into this conflict by Hezbollah. I mean, what do you think is going to happen with regards to Lebanon? How do you see events unfolding?
Well, this is one of the strategic cards that Iran has acquired through this conflict. I remember President Trump saying at the beginning of the conflict, Iran has no cards. And it turns out that they have two quite important ones. One was control of the Straits of Hormuz, of course, and the other was their ability to manipulate Hezbollah and therefore bring Lebanon into the whole regional issue. And in the memorandum of understanding that's now been agreed, what has been agreed is a cessation of hostilities right across the region, including in Lebanon. Now, of course, it's such vague language that means the Israelis should not be pursuing Hezbollah, and Hezbollah should not be attacking Israel or Israeli troops. But he doesn't say anything about the occupied area of southern Lebanon. So Israel is saying, well, we're going to stay there as long as we need to for our security. And Iran is not going to be able to tolerate that, I don't think. So at some point during this 60-day negotiations, the whole issue is going to need to be discussed. And if Iran feels that it hasn't got what it wants for Hezbollah, its ally, then I fear that they will disturb the wider negotiations on the nuclear issue and on the Straits of Hormuz. So these negotiations have become more difficult and more complex because of the Israel-Hezbollah conflict.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and discussing that broad array of topics. Samat Lyle-Grant, former UK National Security Advisor, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, turning our attention now to British politics. On Monday, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, resigned as Labour leader, and Andy Burnham, known as the charismatic Mayor of Greater Manchester, has been sworn back in as an MP, paving his way for an expected bid for the Premiership. So what's the mood like in the UK now? The country is poised to see its 7th Prime Minister since the Brexit vote in 2016, a moment that continues to define British politics precisely 1 decade on from that vote. Well, since then, analysts say that every leader, following on from David Cameron, has struggled in one way or another to deal with the fallout from that decision. So what comes next for the UK, and can the next leader bring some stability? Well, we're joined by Jonathan Haslam, who's a former Director of Communications for the former British Prime Minister, Sir John Major. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jonathan. I mean, it doesn't seem like that long ago. It wasn't quite 2 years ago that Keir Starmer won a general election by a landslide. And here we are, less than 2 years later, he's being forced out with plunging approval ratings. What went so wrong for him, do you think?
I think you can actually look at the time just before the election to say there were indications that actually Keir Starmer was safety first. He did not take bold decisions. And when you have a majority, as you've said, Tom, of 400 in a House of Commons of 653, then you really do need to wake up and smell the coffee. The problem was that they didn't really have a plan. They were so risk averse. They used to call it, before the election, the Ming vase situation. You're carrying a Ming vase, you don't drop it. They didn't drop it. They didn't make any outrageous claims about what they could do. But equally, they ruled things out and they boxed themselves into a corner. It was incredibly stupid to refuse to rule out increases in income tax or national insurance or the other taxes when you haven't seen what the state of the economy is like. And plenty of people actually were wanting to have some honesty. There are plenty of associations here, economists all saying that the numbers didn't add up. And there was a lack of honesty. So they started in a bad place. They didn't have a very effective plan or any plan at all, and they boxed themselves in. So that left them very little room for manoeuvre. They then compounded it by being naive in office, and they made a number of changes. They changed a thing called the winter fuel allowance, and they made no provision for the least well-off in society. So that was a politically poor decision. And I think the other thing that we have to say about Keir Starmer, who's obviously a pretty decent chap and very able and very bright, but he's not a politician. And he's got the other disadvantages. You can think of people like Mario Draghi, who isn't a politician, but he is a technician. He is somebody who understands the working of government and how government needs to operate and how you operate with your stakeholders. And Keir Starmer had none of that understanding or any empathy to go with the leadership issue. And Burnham, for example, Andy Burnham, you have mentioned, certainly does have empathy. He understands people and he's hardened in politics. And that's not to say he's going to be a great prime minister, assuming we go down that route. But he starts from a better place than Keir Starmer did, but the circumstances are equally difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think just reading what people have been saying about Andy Burnham, who, of course, is known as the former mayor of Greater Manchester, I mean, Rishi Sunak said something quite similar to what you're saying about Keir Starmer. He said Burnham needs a plan. I mean, does it sound to you like he doesn't have one either?
Well, he's got a lot of plans, Tom. The trouble is we don't know which one he's holding to at any particular time. So we know he flip-flops on his positions. And he might be in danger of saying the thing that pleases the person who last was in the room with him. And so we do want to see if he is a bit more than a figurehead and a beacon of hope. Because we should remember, yes, Manchester has become and is becoming a very great success story again. But it's been based on things that have been going on for longer than he has been mayor. They had very effective local authority leaders for more than 20 years, and they've set the foundations. Credit for Burnham because he did not mess them up. But we still need to see what his plan is. And that is a bit of a conundrum for his Labour Party now, his colleagues, because we assume that he is going to go in uncontested, and perhaps on the 17th of July he will become our next Prime Minister. But we don't know exactly what he stands for. He has again ruled himself a number of things which box him in. For example, your viewers may be aware of the thing we call the triple lock, which is fine for people of my age when you get increases about average earnings or inflation or 2.5%, whichever is the larger, every year. But this is an enormously expensive policy. And I, for example, think that it is a wrong policy, although I'm a beneficiary of it. And we should stop passing on a cheque to our children and grandchildren. Now, does he have the bravery to say that welfare reform is important? And the thing I know from 6.5 years and working in Downing Street is the Prime Minister's in tray is full of problems, not necessarily with the solutions. And that is a thing he's going to have to get to grips with, because it is a difficult time for our country. I think there is hope. I think that we have overdone the gloom. It's a difficult situation for many of our colleagues in Europe. It's difficult across the world with everything that we see in the Straits of Hormuz and the Middle East, which we watch closely, and we feel, great sympathy for all of the people affected by the warfare and this unstable situation that you have out there. So he's got an awful lot to grapple with, and being a mayor of Manchester is rather different to being the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Yes, I mean, there is one relationship that he'll have to manage very carefully, and that's the relationship with the occupant of the White House. And of course, the occupant of the White House does keep a close eye on British mayors. He seems to have Sadiq Khan in his sights quite a lot of the time as well. I mean, how do you see Andy Burnham managing that relationship? And where would you advise him to do things differently to how his predecessors gone about handling that relationship?
Well, again, he has to balance an issue within one part of his party, and there's some of the wings there which obviously are highly pro-Palestine, and they will look at the issues there, and they'll be concerned about those. Donald Trump wants people who say yes to him when he makes the call. And Burnham would be, I think, an interesting occasion if we could hear the telephone call when Donald Trump says, well, Andy, you know, if it's a few months ago and we asked you to use Diego Garcia, what would you say? And we have no idea whether or not Andy has a very good idea about what he would say, because he does not have any great exposure to diplomacy and foreign affairs. And increasingly for British prime ministers, we are put there with the President Trumps, the Emmanuel Macrons and others who have a different position. So they are the presidents, you have to rub shoulders with them. And as we've seen from Keir Starmer, foreign affairs can soak up an awful lot of your time, and you have to learn quickly.
Absolutely.
But there is a domestic base that you need to get right. And his success, assuming he becomes the next prime minister, is going to be dealt with as much as, if not more, greatly so, with what he does to our country, its economics, and to make sure that we have economic growth. And he cannot afford to take his eye off that. And you mentioned a great relationship, and rightly so, with Donald Trump. There's another great relationship that he needs to build. And it's one that is subject to a great deal of speculation at the moment, Tom. Who will be his Chancellor of the Exchequer? And that will send out a very, very strong signal to a country that has nearly 100% of GDP in debt. We pay £100+ billion a year just servicing that debt. And we are dependent, as Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada now, once said when he was the Governor of the Bank of England, we're dependent on the kindness of strangers, the bond markets. And Andy Burnham is a bit loose-lipped in concern there, and he's going to have to learn that discipline. What you say as Manchester Mayor is one thing. What you say as a British Prime Minister has very big impacts and could affect all 63 or so million of us living here who have to get our way through the days and activities of a very cost-conscious country. You know, it's been tough, and we need to work our way through it.
Jonathan, I wanted to ask you specifically about Europe, because today is the 10th anniversary of the Brexit referendum. And one thing that Sir Keir Starmer is credited as having done is mending fences with neighbours across the channel on the continent. One thing that Andy Burnham has said is that he wants to see the UK rejoining the European Union in his lifetime. Do you see that happening?
It depends how long he lives, really, Tom, because it's not going to last. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I was speaking only 4 or 5 days ago with a former commissioner to the European Union who spends a lot of time still in Europe. And he says that there's the mood music about a reset, a change of views, how we can get closer to Europe. But actually, from the European side, he's not seeing serious engagement. And there is another confounding factor at the moment. As we all know, business craves certainty and stability. And only today, the head of one of our great employer associations, the CBI, the Confederation of British Industry, has been pointing out that actually the membership there, the people who run the engines of growth within the United Kingdom, our manufacturing and our commercial companies, are less convinced now that it's a good idea to start cozying up to the European Union, trying to get into a customs union or back into the single market, because we have got some favourable trade deals. We can argue about how valuable they are against the perhaps 8% of hit on GDP, which is estimated to have happened. But they're not clamouring for a change because they have just spent 10 years getting used to a new dynamic. And then to go through the similar travails and the political instability that it would cause would be a serious headache for them. And we can be in no means assured, of course, that Europe is going to be there with open arms welcoming us back. They don't want another Switzerland-type arrangement, which they find irksome, but they can't find a way out of, which is a piecemeal approach to closer association. And the European Union would be worried about that diversion of effort. And again, how serious is the United Kingdom about staying into the European Union if we let them back? And we would have thrown away all of the advantages that John Major negotiated for the United Kingdom, the freedom not to adopt the euro and to deal with our economy in a way which we think probably is the best way of dealing with it. And then some of the abrogations as well as the discounts that we got on the amount of membership fees that we pay. So it is by no means a slam dunk. Sure. We can go back. And this is, from me, a Remainer, a fervent Remainer who believes that actually leaving the European Union was the biggest act of self-harm this country has conducted since the Suez Crisis.
Which is something that Sir John Major, who you worked for, would no doubt agree with. And I mean, his era, the era of John Major, and of course after that Tony Blair, and before him Margaret Thatcher, those three leaders spanned 28 years of leadership. And here we're in a situation where the UK is looking at a seventh Prime Minister in the space of 10 years. And I'm wondering whether you would point to, on this day 10 years ago, as being the moment at which the UK became apparently such a difficult country to govern. Is that the moment at which you'd say it all sort of went sort of downhill for the country?
This country is not ungovernable. We just need competent people to govern it. And with the best will in the world, we have not had the most competent politicians. And I know you would expect someone of my vintage to say this, Tom. When I look at the people that I worked for, John Major, Michael Portillo, Michael Howard, Michael Heseltine, Ken Clarke. There are so many people of real talent, ability and intellect there, wedded to public service, with a civil service that took their instructions and was able to deal with them in a different environment. Our environment has changed dramatically. So social media has a part to play with it. And even now we've got artificial intelligence, which is challenging us and challenging institutions to really prove their worth. And I think that's something that bothers me as now a grandfather, wondering what the future will hold for my grandchildren. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at employment, and I wonder who is giving sufficient thought to the world that they are going to inherit. And I'm not seeing that in the United Kingdom. We need some renewal. My old employer, the civil service, needs to constantly renew itself and work harder at it. But they need political direction that is stable. And actually what the country needs as well is to have the opportunity for parties to work together. They have become so splintered and partisan at the moment that is increasingly difficult. But it's perhaps pie in the sky. Perhaps it's my own naivety of wanting things to work together for the better of the country. But the polarization of politics, which we see in other countries, is very destructive. And we need to find a way of pulling together rather more than we do at the moment.
Sounds like you'd agree with the MP Roger Gale, who says we need a more grown-up government and they need to slow down. He blames rolling TV news channels and social media for forcing politicians to make speedy decisions, which he says perhaps aren't always the best ones. Just my last question to you, Jonathan. I mean, if there was an election tomorrow, I'm being told we're nearly out of time. If there was an election tomorrow, who would win?
Nobody. We would be forced into a coalition. You will not get, I am fairly convinced, a situation where any one party would immediately be able to form a majority. I think that's really tough at the moment. One of the big jobs that Andy Burnham has to do is to solidify, by taking proper positions and taking his party with him, a Labour Party, while we look at the Conservative Party, which has become, under Kemi Badenoch, she's made resurgence. She has done really well and needs to carry that on. One is deeply worried about the right wing with Nigel Farage, and also the left wing with a lot of Corbynistas who seem to have taken over the Green Party. And I think that their leader, Zach Polanski, will turn out to be an electoral liability. But at the moment, I think if you sent us to the polls tomorrow, you wouldn't get a clear result. And it would be fascinating to see what comes out of it. Perhaps we might have a situation like Belgium did when it had, I think, more than 20 months without a proper government and actually seemed to do rather well without the politicians.
I think I've heard that before somewhere. Thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jonathan Haslam, former Director of Communications for the British Prime Minister. Sir John Major, thank you for your time, sir. Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
President Trump this morning seems to have been facing a bit of pressure back home and has come out saying that we're not going to put a cent into this reconstruction fund. And I think Vice President Vance has been talking about the Gulf Coast states, presumably the GCC, being the ones that pay up in terms of this $300 billion number that is floating around. Would you put money into Iran? And do you think that is a necessary part of the equation for regional stability? I mean, how do you deal with that after what you have faced over the last 2 months, the bombings, the military campaign, the fact that it was initiated by the US and Israel, and now they're saying that you guys are the ones that are going to have to pay, and Iran, on the other hand, that has bombed you and is now expecting that again, you'll be the ones to pay?
First of all, I have no details on this fund. I have no information or insight into the concept behind it, so I can't comment on it specifically. But what I will say is, as you mentioned, as a result of this conflict, Iran attacked not just the kingdom, but all of the countries of the GCC. That has created a significant gulf of trust, a significant gulf, a significant loss of trust between all of us. We were just in the beginning process of rebuilding our relationship with Iran as a result of the Beijing understanding after a significant period where we had broken off relations. And that was only just starting to really gather momentum, and we were starting to at the edges, explore potential areas of opening up on economic cooperation and things like that. And I think we are now, actually, we have since then regressed, and we're going to have a conversation how we rebuild that trust, how we rebuild that relationship before any concept of economic cooperation, mutual investment or anything like that can rationally be addressed. And I suspect that similarly goes for many of the GCC countries as well. And you have to, that, we in the kingdom, we have a very ambitious, in domestic investment program. We have our public investment fund, our main vehicle for investment, has a long-term strategy that was actually just approved, and they have so they have already committed their funding streams to areas that are targeted at our domestic economy. Whether there is anything available to invest beyond that is something that I don't know. That's up to the relevant ministers on the investment side, on the economic side. But even before we can look at that as an option, there's going to have to be a rebuilding of trust and a rebuilding of relationships. And then maybe there is eventually in the future some pathway to greater economic cooperation and investment between Iran and the kingdom and the GCC. Certainly, in an ideal world, that's what we aspire to. This is, as I said, when we were working to, normalize our relations after the GCC, after the Beijing understanding, it was a focus. We had started gradually. It started, in opening up for visitors from Iran and starting to look at reopening trade relations. All of that. That in itself was not an easy journey. And this has now regressed. So we're going to have to start some of that over. And it's a conversation we will have bilaterally with the Iranians, but it's also, I think, part of the very important dialogue that's going to have to happen in the context of a regional security framework. So I think we are quite early days yet before talking about, any real economic cooperation between Iran and its neighbors, although that in the long term should be the objective and the goal.
But the bet will still be from the kingdom one of regional diplomacy. You led a process of re-engagement with Iran over recent years, having gone through a very contentious cold, almost hot conflict in different theaters. We've now gone through this new war. Do you see the kingdom pushing that again? Are you going to lean hard into that? Do you think that actually the only way forward is diplomacy? We have a lot of people talking about the need to boost defense mechanisms in the Gulf. There are some states looking to take a more assertive stand. How do you fit into that equation in terms of how we stabilize the region in a meaningful way?
Look, the reality is you can't have effective diplomacy without a strong deterrent and a strong resilience to be able to deal with potential threats and challenges. So we're going to have a dual-track approach. This is absolutely certain, whether it is on building our defense capacity to ensure that we are able to face threats, whether it's from Iran or elsewhere, and also building our resilience from a logistics and economic perspective. That said, we are committed to diplomacy. This is why we supported the diplomacy that helped get us to the MOU. This is why we're going to be very actively engaged in supporting the success of the negotiations that will follow the MOU, and it's why we will work with our partners in the region to begin a regional dialogue to start the conversation about how we can overcome, again, the trust that has been lost as a result of this conflict, and how can we look to a better future, and how can we ensure that if potential flashpoints of the future can be addressed through diplomacy rather through confrontation.
Indications that we've seen of the shape of the nature of the MOU suggest that there's zero mention of regional dynamics. That was one of the reasons that I think Trump referred to when initiating the conflict, but clearly now we've narrowed it down to opening the Strait of Hormuz and addressing the nuclear issue. What does that mean for you in the fact that the regional issues have been sidelined? And what does that mean in terms of how you take forward this process that you're talking about now? Are we just going to see a US-Iran nuclear track and everyone left to pick up the pieces? Or do you see those being integrated? Do you see a US role in that? Who is going to lead that process? And what does a regional dialogue possibly look like in the context where we have a number of states that have been or are pretty much still at war with each other? Missiles and drones continue to fly across the seas and the airways. How do you take this forward in the context of an MOU that completely neglects the regional dimension?
So I think one of the lessons that we learned from the JCPOA, which also ignored the regional context completely, is that if we don't address the issues that concern the region, the risk is always that any agreement on the nuclear issue becomes less secure and becomes a source of contention and a source of risk as much as addressing the nuclear issue. So I firmly believe that there is a need to address all of the issues that concern the region, so it's the nuclear issue and beyond. It may well be that there's a dual-track approach potentially where there is a US-Iranian nuclear negotiation, and I think that there is a rationale to that because it's a very complex issue on its own. But I suspect that it will be very difficult to make concrete progress on the nuclear negotiations without there being a level of engagement on the regional files that gives the confidence that allows then those negotiations to proceed correctly. And, eventually, if there is a nuclear deal, there is the issue of sanctions relief. And that, as you know, is a very complicated issue. It's complicated within the US context, and it's also complicated within the European context. And the more that the regional issues are addressed and there is a level of confidence that we are able to look towards a future where there is less risk of confrontation, the more likely it is that the potential benefits in the areas of sanctions relief can be delivered more quickly, more effectively, with less opposition, both potentially from us in the region or from the quarters in the US and in Europe.
Putting aside the question of normalization with Israel that you've in the past made very clear is tied to Israeli steps on the creation of a Palestinian state, presumably Israel needs to be part of that regional conversation if it's to be durable and sustainable.
I mean, in the long term, that's certainly the most rational approach. Is it possible now? Is it possible with the policy approach that Israel is taking? I think there are many challenges in that. From my perspective, the region includes the Palestinians. Are the Israelis ready to sit with the Palestinians at the table to discuss regional issues? Doesn't seem to me that that is a potential outcome right now. It would, I think, serve the interest of everyone to have a real discussion about how we address all of the issues of regional tension. And the core issue, the thing that drives most risk in the long term, is obviously the unaddressed issue of the rights of the Palestinians. And the same goes for the issue of Lebanon, Syria, etc. So Israel is part of the region. That means they should be part of the regional conversation. But Palestine is also part of the region. They need to be part of that conversation. Are the Israelis willing to accept that? If that were the case, that would be, I think, a move in the right direction.
I want to get onto Gaza in a bit more detail in a second, but before we do that, just on the broader Israel question, there have been those that have expressed concern that Israel is going to be the one actor most opposed to this deal. And there are those that have suggested that a number of Israeli strikes on Beirut over recent weeks have been partly intended to try and disrupt the prospect of the successful completion of negotiation. How do you view the evolving U.S.-Israeli relationship? There's been reporting that Trump has essentially tried to kind of shut Netanyahu down and said, don't do this attack. There have been reports that the Americans have not been prepared to share the draft MOU with the Israeli system. Does that create pressure that can be constructively channeled toward helping regional peace? Are you worried about the fracturing there? How does one address the fact that Israel has indicated that it is not at all happy with the deal, and it clearly has the willingness and the unilateral capability to take military action that could be disruptive?
Certainly Israel has that capacity. Is it the right thing to do? I don't think so. Is it in Israel's interests? I don't think so. I think, for Israel to insist solely on the military approach in the long term will be very detrimental to Israel. So I think the reality is, when it comes to Lebanon, there is a process that the U.S. is facilitating where there's a dialogue between Lebanon and Israel. The insistence that for Israel to try and maintain some territory, some buffer in Lebanese territory, I think is not the right approach. We see that repeated as well in Syria, and of course we see that even more acutely when we look at the issue of Palestine, where whether it's the issue in Gaza, where Israel is not indicating any willingness to withdraw. Obviously, Hamas is also resisting disarming and using Israel's refusal to withdraw as a pretext for that. But if we look at the West Bank now, there is also a complete unwillingness to engage with the Palestinian Authority and a systematic dismantling of the potential for a Palestinian state. All of this only serves to raise tensions. To me, the idea that a purely military approach is viable in the long term, I think is completely incorrect and is not going to be in the interest of anyone. So I would really focus our efforts on diplomacy. And here I think the U.S. obviously has an important role to play. The U.S., given its historic strong relationship with Israel, has always had an important ability to facilitate the dialogue in a way that allows, that could possibly allow a resolution to these efforts. As I mentioned, they're trying to do this in Lebanon. I would hope that they also give additional attention to the issue of the Palestine and the West Bank, and I think there's actually some some activity behind the scenes that's quite positive on that. And the same applies, I think, now to the broader regional context. A U.S. commitment to diplomacy, but also to regional security, is critical and important. And for us, the U.S. is always going to remain the most important security partner. And I think that continues to be an important factor for stability.
Does you stated in the late Congress that one of the very unfortunate dimensions of the Iran war is that we've all turned our attention away from the unfolding tragedy on the ground there, and there are millions, hundreds of thousands suffering at great intensity, and none of us are focused on that. there does seem to be a real risk that the ceasefire process collapses. We've been stuck in phase one. We don't seem to be moving towards phase two. And there seem to be two narratives here. On the one hand, you have a narrative that Hamas did what it was supposed to do in phase one. Israel has not met its expectations for phase one. That would then move us towards phase two, whereby Hamas would start its disarmament. You have a second narrative, which is actually that Hamas should disarm now, potentially not in accordance with the initial agreement, and that's what's needed to unlock progress. Where do you stand on that? Can we make progress? How do we break through this deadlock and move things forward, first and foremost, for the needs of the Gazans on the ground?
Look, I think the biggest challenge for Gaza, and it's something that's quite, in my view, repeated in other scenarios, is Israel's unwillingness so far to embrace the political track, to embrace the need for a political horizon for the Palestinians, whether it's the Palestinians in the context of Gaza, more broadly the Palestinians in the territories, both of West Bank and Gaza. It's the same applies in Lebanon. This minimum, there is this reinforcement of, in rhetoric and in policy of the military option, of the security option, which then obviously gives the other side, legitimately or otherwise, it's up to you to interpret, but it gives them the space to say, well, I don't have a partner that is committed to a political track, therefore I am also going to hold on to my guns, or I'm going to, continue to resist fulfilling my commitments. So this is the quandary and the conundrum we have. There is a need for both sides to live up to their commitments. Right now, both sides are not living up to the commitments, and if we stick within this, chicken and egg kind of dialogue of who came first or who's supposed to come first, I think we will abdicate the solution to those that actually don't want a solution. So I think, again, here the US involvement is absolutely key, and I'm confident that they will continue to push both on Gaza and beyond to eventually get to that discussion about the political horizon that I think will unlock a lot of these issues in a way that is beneficial, first and foremost for the Palestinians, but I believe also for the Israelis and for us more broadly in the region.
Two last questions, if I may. One of the issues we haven't talked about is the Strait of Hormuz, obviously of immense global concern that is reopened. Trump has talked about it being a precondition or a necessary condition for the MOU, but there's a real sense of uncertainty about what comes next. And the Iranians are making very clear that they expect to have some control or some assertion of sovereignty over the Strait, and are talking about a regional solution managed between them and the Omanis. If we end up in a place where there is, the Iranians are saying it won't be a toll but a service fee of sorts, is that something that the kingdom, does it expect that outcome? And can you live with that outcome for the sake of getting ships moving again?
So our position is very clear. The situation must return to the status quo before the war. There is no other option from our perspective. And if you read, and I have read more than my fair share now of analysis on what is allowed under international law and under the UN Convention for the Laws of the Sea, there is no real space for any mechanisms in the context of what the Iranians are talking about right now. And therefore, and more important than anything, the management of the Strait was working fine before the conflict. There were no issues. Ships were navigating freely. There was no safety issue. There was no environmental issue. There were no issues. So why should we now, as a result of a conflict, accept some novel arrangement that is going to be imposed on it? That to me doesn't make sense. So I think we need to go back to the way it was, and that worked fine, and that should be the end of it.
We are the European Council on Foreign Relations, and we haven't mentioned Europe once, which is a sad indictment of Europe's regional role these days. But I want to conclude with a question on that file. Europeans don't have much confidence these days in their ability to really play a regional role when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Iran. We've clearly been out of the loop, pushed aside, marginalized, divided amongst ourselves. From the kingdom's perspective, is there a role for Europe? Has that role become more important since the eruption of this conflict? And where would you see it playing out? I mean, you've got talk of a maritime naval mission by the French and the Brits. You have talk of supporting a regional security dialogue. And you also have talk of European nuclear expertise in the context of a US administration that seems to be sorely lacking in that kind of expertise. Where do you see a place in any of those areas? And can you give us a specific sense of how you could see that unfolding or looking like if Europe was to step up?
I mean, first of all, I think Europe did step up. Europe was very involved during the conflict. It did support many of its traditional allies in the GCC with their defense, and we are appreciative of each individual European nation that contributed in whatever way they could. They also obviously engaged diplomatically very actively, including starting work on this mission that you alluded to for the securing of the Straits of Hormuz. And I think that will have a very important, valuable contribution to the post-MOU phase to ensuring safe navigation and also helping deal with the possible threat of mines that might be there. And beyond that, Europe will have a say, because obviously there continue to be EU sanctions that the Iranians will want to see lifted, and that will allow the Europeans to be part of the conversation. I think the European, and certainly the E3, have a lot of experience when it comes to the nuclear file that they can contribute as well. Europe, has a role to play, and I think Europe can play that role. Obviously, one challenge for Europe is, having a unified voice. That's not always the case, but I would not at all minimize the role that Europe has already played and can play in the future.
Minister, thank you so much for being with us. We've done a really rapid tour of the various regional challenges that you're facing, and we know that the next 60 days are going to be high pressure, high stakes, and obviously the risks of a relapse into violence remain strong. So thank you for sharing your thinking with us. Thank you for being in Vienna with us. And
thank you. Thank you.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else. All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives.
It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herb.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने दानु का राज था हाँ दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jandamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. they dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर पर we have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
Welcome, dear viewers, to this special, exclusive live interview on Al Arabiya with Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Mohammad Ishaq. In about an hour and a half from now, talks will begin in Switzerland, in Bergenstock. There are questions about what the real agenda of these talks is, and about the stalled timetable. With which stages will they begin, and with which topics?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. You know that on 28th of February, Iran was attacked by Israel, and Pakistan condemned that attack. Within hours, then Iran also started attacking Gulf countries and US bases. So Pakistan took initiative to try and convince both parties to come on the table and start dialogue, because dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. Because the conflict takes place. So we eventually managed and became successful. First we got the ceasefire done, and then on 10th and 11th of April there were 21 hours of long marathon session between US and Iran in Islamabad. It was 21 hours continuous dialogue with 6 rounds and intervals for consultations. And after that, they decided to go back to their capitals and discuss further with their leadership. US was represented by Vice President J.D. Vance. He was accompanied by Mr. Steve Witkoff and Mr. Jared Kushner. On the Irani side, they had the Speaker of Iranian Assembly, Mr. Ghalibaf, and Foreign Minister, Mr. Abbas Araghchi, as well as the National Security Committee Secretary. So those parleys were first time direct talks between United States and Iran after 47 years. So Pakistan was asked to be witness if it is going to be direct talks. So Pakistan was represented by myself, the Field Marshal, Head of Defense Forces, Chief of Defense Forces, and National Security Advisor. So things moved on. A lot of discussion was positive. but it could not be conclusive. And they had to go back, and they went back. But we did not give up hope, and we continued to convince both sides for de-escalation, for exercising restraint, and eventually you saw that 18th of this month, just 3 days ago, the final signing of Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding has taken place. You see, during this period, Pakistan has been, right from day one, has been very, very, active. Not only we were mediating between United States and Islamic Republic of Iran, we were also keeping our allies, our friends in the region connected with us. And in that process, we saw that a regional forum has been created, which is Pakistan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey, the 4 countries. Side by side, we were dealing with other Gulf countries, be it Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, and also international partners, European Union, then Canada, then Australia, Japan, China. So Pakistan has been making all the efforts for the sake of regional peace and security. You saw the consequences of this conflict in a very short time was horrific. The energy supply chain was disrupted. The prices of energy products shot up to sky, and the inflation triggered. Estimated 20 to 25% global GDP has been lost. So you see, this has been a humongous job. Now, coming to your question, this is a little background that what is happening now. The Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, early hour reached Barjanstock, and Field Marshal Sayyid Asam Munir and Pakistan Foreign Office team is there. And the US team is also there, and the Irani team is also there. Now, this is basically, I would say, the phase 2. Yes. There are 3 technical groups. One to deal with nuclear issues vis-a-vis Iran. Second is about sanctions and defreezing of assets. And third one is Lebanon. You see, the Lebanon issue has been erupting time and again because, these parleys which are starting today in Switzerland, Barjanstock, could have started few days earlier, but because of Israel attack on Lebanon, actually derailed everything and stopped everything. So the progress has been, but now it has started. We are very hopeful that things will progress. They have, for certain items, they have 30 days to conclude, but the bulk and overall conclusion of the final deal, the timeline is 60 days, 60, and this can be mutually extendable. So I think it is very important to see how the progress takes place and hope, because we have seen already the dividends of this peace. The prices of energy has come down. The ships had started moving. We had, apart from its facilitation role and facilitator, its own very clear mind that the Hormuz should be restored to pre-28th of February when the conflict started, which means no government, no fee, no toll. So the 60 days, it has been now guaranteed, during which they will work out with the regional countries, on this subject they will finalize.
The text in the Memorandum of Understanding talks about the resumption of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz for only 60 days. After that, the rest of the text is unclear about whether there will be communications between the Sultanate of Oman, the littoral states, and Iran. Each side is interpreting this text differently. Iran says it will impose fees that it calls service charges, even though the text does not mention this. The U.S. president says there will be any fees for passage or services in the Strait of Hormuz. We want to understand the truth.
Well, in these the party standing is, it is in writing, period, they will finalize on Hormuz. The US blockade will be lifted, which is being lifted. Iran side will not stop ships, will ships to pass. And according to our information, ships are passing since 18th of June after signing of this agreement. Now, Pakistan's position, as I said, has been very clear in the beginning. On 31st of March, at the invitation of Foreign Minister of China, I visited Beijing. We discussed the minimum agenda, common proposal. It was 5 points peace proposal for the Middle East. And it had 1 point, Hormuz. And we both agreed that there should be no fee, no permission, no permits, no toll, no additional charge, whatever you name it. And it should be free movement. Sea lanes should be freely moving both sides. And this was our... and then I would say that following President Trump's visit to China, the White House statement which came out also, repeated what China and Pakistan had announced, that the Hormuz movement should be free from any toll or permissions. So I hope, this stays, because, the energy crisis, everybody has seen it has increased of the prices shot up by 80%. So now they have come down drastically. Even a country like Pakistan, we suffered a lot. Pakistani people suffered a lot. The government of Pakistan gave huge billions of rupees subsidy for 3 weeks. We tried not to pass the price, but then we had no choice but to pass the price. But now we have reversed. The moment it came down, every penny has been passed to the consumer.
I still have many questions, but before leaving the Strait of Hormuz, given how sensitive this is, you said there would be no fees. You used the word fees, while Iran says these are not transit fees, but service fees. How should we understand that? No charges at all, neither transit nor service fees?
Well, according to my interpretation, there should be no fee. No matter what you call it, service fee, toll, or fee, whatever it is, or service charges, our understanding is there should be nothing. It is status before 28th of February should be restored. So under that status quo restoration of the status, then there should be no fee. This is our understanding. This is the global understanding. But let's see, 60 days at least are there, free movement. And according to our information, the ships are moving both sides. Even I was told, one of the Gulf countries, the foreign minister is here. 6 ships moved in last 24 hours of that country.
This memo succeeded after Pakistani efforts that went on day and night. And I know this because I was closely involved and present in Islamabad to follow the process. However, there is a major problem facing this issue, namely the disputes or confrontations between Israel and Hezbollah. These ongoing clashes make the ceasefire extremely fragile and liable to collapse at any moment. This certainly creates significant pressure on the main mediator, the Pakistani mediator. Do you have any guarantees from the American side that Israeli behavior will be contained so that the negotiations do not collapse?
You see, the facilitator or mediator role is to keep trying, making efforts. There were points where things looked like that won't be concluded, but we never gave hope. We continuously, led by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Shahbaz Sharif, and Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir, Foreign Ministry of Pakistan, Interior Ministry of Pakistan, we worked like a team. And eventually, we managed to get what we got. If you think independently, there are spoilers who never wanted this deal to happen. And the moment this deal was signed, we saw that there was heavy bombing in Lebanon. So this is something which actually is to provoke the parties to give a pause, don't move. I think the wisdom has to prevail. If they realize that this is the objective, I think they should try all the tools. The world community should convince and persuade and influence Israel not to do what they're doing? Because you see, the international law and order has been weakening. You see, where the resolutions are adopted and passed and implemented, thank you very much. But those who don't, then there is no action. The UN Security Council system, which is meant for peace and security, seems to be not fully functional because Jammu and Kashmir, there are dozens of resolutions of the UN Security Council. The plebiscite is due in Jammu and Kashmir. There's the curfew and there's no political freedom and, total, law and order is missing there. So this sort of gives us an example. And the second example is Gaza. There has been so much done. Last year, September 2025, UN the General Assembly session annual, September, on the sidelines, 8 countries, 5 Arab and 3 Islamic countries, Turkey, Pakistan, Indonesia, they met President. Look at the bloodshed in Gaza. The innocent lives are being killed every day, and hundreds of people are martyred. So the understanding was that, okay, then give us some solution. He gave his team, led with Mr. Steve Witkoff. The other 8 countries, they gave their teams. All foreign ministers were there. I was there. And we came up with the proposals, which eventually the United States announced, this 21-point peace plan. But that was followed by Board of Peace signing. That was followed by International Stabilization Forces. But this conflict has actually overshadowed what had to be done with Gaza and Palestine. And meanwhile, Israel started, creating problems even West Bank. So in today's meeting, my colleagues and brothers from Foreign Minister of Egypt, Turkey and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we agreed that we should revive that Gaza-Palestine issue as well. And we should make all the efforts. It's called Group of 8 Arab Islamic countries. So we are going to revive that effort as well, because this conflict seems to be now, ended, hopefully, inshallah, and then the other things will be sorted out in the next 60 days.
I agree with you about the framework and these meetings that are being held among this quartet, but I want to return to the Memorandum of Understanding. We have a single text for this memorandum, but we have multiple interpretations regarding the uranium issue, which was an extremely difficult challenge for you, and you exerted great effort on it, including in Pakistan. Iran has pledged not to possess a nuclear weapon, but the answer is vague when it comes to its uranium stockpile. What will happen to Iran's uranium stockpile? And will the negotiations currently taking place in Switzerland focus in their initial stages on this matter, specifically the removal of or dealing with the uranium stockpile? This is a key demand of the American president.
Well, the 2 things are in your question, madam. One is R4. R4 has a platform, 4 countries, again, Egypt, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. We are constantly in touch with each other. It is not a bloc. It is 4 brotherly countries forum. We frequently talk to each other, all the 4 foreign ministers, assess the developments, take suggestions of each other, how we move, because we were in the lead role as a facilitator and mediator. That's number 1. But this bloc in the long run has a lot of scope, because this is a bloc which has about 500 million population. This is a bloc which connects us to the South Asia, to Red Sea, to Mediterranean, to Africa. So I think they have scope in enhancement of trade, mutual trade, economy, security and defense, and they have cultural and people-to-people exchanges programs to be promoted. So this is number 1. Number 2, your question about President Trump question about stockpile. He uses the word nuclear dust. So about the stockpile. So this nuclear dust, there has been a lot of negotiations in Islamabad on 10th and 11th of April. The positions which developed over 21 hours, Iran was flexible to talk. It was at that time a question of US demand that they wanted to take it away. Iran was not willing to give it to US, the stockpile. But the neutral thing is that it can be down blended from its over 60%, claimed 60%, the stockpile, nuclear stockpile which they have, very enriched high grade. It can be down blended. I talked to DG, Director General Mr. Grossi of IAEA. Down blending to 0.7, the quantity has to be agreed, but right now it is in rubles. So as long as it's not started being discovered and pulled out, it is already settled, and the Irani facilities have been bombarded. So I think this stockpile can be. This is one of the three main groups, technical groups, which have started working from today. And one is nuclear, the second one is sanctions, and the third one is Lebanon. What you said.
I mean, as you're talking to me now, the points may seem clear and well structured, but you put in an enormous amount of effort. For you, as a seasoned diplomat, these negotiations meant dealing with two extremely difficult parties. The Iranian side is always described as a tough, highly skilled negotiator that hardly ever makes concessions and tends to drag out the talks. And the American president? I mean, he might change his mind from time to time, speak to the media a lot, and that may have spoiled certain things. How did you deal with two negotiating teams that were this difficult?
Well, it is always difficult to deal with, and particularly, they had more than 4 decades of sanctions, Iran. And undoubtedly, they're very intelligent, so are the United States people. And President Trump was overseeing himself. So we have been basically convincing both sides, because you see, at the end of the day, conflict and confrontation takes you nowhere. No matter how big wars you fight, at the end of the day, you have to sit on the table, talk, dialogue, and then find a way diplomacy. So that's what we have been working very hard, and we are grateful to both countries. The leadership of the United States, led by President Trump, and the leadership of Iran, led by President Pervez Peshkian and Foreign Minister and Speaker of Iran, they have been working with complete sincerity with us. The gaps was too gap, a lot of effort in background. Then they managed to sit, shake hand first, and then what they say that the last 10 miles of the 100-mile journey is as difficult as the 50 miles, equals to 50 miles. So you see these now dialogues and these technical discussions, we hope, we pray, and we will make full effort. And all our friendly countries, they will also make full efforts to take them to a logical conclusion. Because the conflict, war, and disputes take you nowhere. Your country suffers. They see its impact on poverty, its impact on GDP growth, its impact on per capita income, its impact on people's normal lives. So we have seen even these few weeks conflict. The prices shot up and energy supply disrupted. Thanks God in Pakistan we managed that there was no shortages like few countries. There are no queues, but we had to work very, very hard under the leadership of Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif to make sure it doesn't happen. But we did also have felt the heat. So I think we have to continue to work with the same passion and same effort.
Does the ghost of war returning haunt you personally from time to time? Because some say that the Memorandum of Understanding did not provide a solid basis for reaching a final agreement. Do you agree with this view? Or do you believe that signing the agreement will ultimately lead to a final settlement?
Well, let's hope for the best. We have to be sincere to the cause. Pakistan has no personal vested interest. We did our the entire action with complete sincerity. And we prayed to Allah as well to give both sides wisdom and foresight to realize what has been happening. So I'm born optimist, and I have a full faith that with our efforts, with the global community, with the brotherly countries' support, these two countries will reach a final deal. They are tough negotiators, both sides, but I think the involvement of Pakistan as mediator, word over, I think, and the brotherly countries, particularly of the GCC and South Asia, Europe, you name it, and they're all there, because everybody suffered. So I think I'm very hopeful that first final deal will be very positive.
Qatar also played a supporting role alongside the Pakistani mediation. You were the main mediator, but how was the coordination between you and the Qataris, especially in the final hours, around 17 hours before the signing of this memorandum?
Well, you see, the Qatar is a brotherly country, like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan. They're all brotherly countries. Pakistan always enjoyed best of best relations, and Qatari leadership, His Highness the Amir and His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed, the Prime Minister, they have been constantly in touch with us. We have been in touch with everybody. And I must say that they also made double efforts with us particularly in the last rounds. And after 11th of April, they activated very heavily to convince both sides as well. So Pakistan has been lucky to have brothers like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, other Gulf countries. Even I would say the China and America, they all supported. This is something that was unique. I haven't received any call from anywhere, on the globe. During India-Pakistan war, I talked with my counterparts around 61. In this conflict of US-Iran since 28th of February, I have talked with my colleagues almost 150 times, 250% more than how much I was busy then. You can imagine this is the sincere diplomatic efforts we made, and God has been very kind, and sense prevailed, and parties realized that dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward.
Some of the speculations about the memorandum are incorrect. There is negative propaganda against this memorandum, especially in the United States, claiming that President Trump will grant or significantly lift sanctions on Iran. However, what is stated in the memorandum has a specific meaning. Could you explain to us, regarding the issue of sanctions on Iran, what exactly is going to happen?
Ma'am, you see, one of the three technical groups is dealing with sanctions. And on the 11th of April, after 21 hours, we have reached somewhere, although that is not relevant now, but we have discussed sanctions, we have discussed stockpile, we have discussed number of years ban for civil nuclear, we have discussed how to deal with the nuclear dust, everything was discussed. But now I think we have to now see this new document. This new document basically has been divided into two phases. The phase one is completed and it's been signed. Nobody should doubt in the intentions of the signing parties. And we have no doubt that they are sincere, they want to move forward. And now that, the question that how much, saying that there are certain things which are not, I think that what I understood from the translation, that perhaps there's some sort of question mark raised. No, I have, the copy of the document. And I shared today with the Foreign Minister of Egypt, Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, and Foreign Minister of Turkey. So they have the copies, and professionally, we don't see anything which is negative in this memorandum, Islamabad memorandum understanding, and we should not doubt that going ahead there will be any negative play by any party. About the sanctions, is very clear now that the sanctions will be co-discussed and probably co-decided with the nuclear issues and the Lebanon issue, because the Lebanon has to be also in peace. So I think this nuclear matters in this in this phase of 60 days. I hope they complete their work in 60 days. Otherwise, it can be extended mutually. It is part of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding. So hopefully these things. But right now, no sanctions immediately being lifted, which means no assets are being defrozen. So this is the main, one of the main area which they will be dealing with, nuclear and sanctions.
Does this mean that lifting the sanctions will be tied to reaching the nuclear agreement?
Well, you see, it depends on what both parties decide. But I can't repeat what had been agreed by 11th of April, because that will be unfair. Because we as facilitator, Pakistan as facilitator, as mediator, has never leaked, has never shared anything which we handled. So we were part of the main 21 hours dialogue. We know what discussed, where we reached. Parties went. They had some different approach later on. But the trust and faith has to be without any question mark. And we are very sure that things, as these things have improved and situation has changed positively, it will further progress. And I hope that they can do and complete in 60 days. But this is now very clear, as per this document, that sanctions and nuclear issues are coupled. And unless they decide a different phasing, that's again dual. But Iran was happy to downblend, its nuclear stockpile. They were not resistant. What will happen eventually? The number of years, civil nuclear ban, that was also discussed. But now I think it will be unfair to speculate or to say what will happen. I know what happened up to 11th of April morning, but now we have a new MOU because both parties had certain issues. Because once they decided it will be in two, at that time it was phase one only, in one document. Right now it's two phases. So I think we have to be a little patient and work hard to get the final positive result.
Can you reveal some of the behind-the-scenes details about what was happening in the communications during those final hours? Because we saw the agreement being signed in a very dramatic way. At first, it seemed it would be a traditional signing. Then it shifted to an electronic signing. And then it turned into 3 separate signings. The U.S. president alone, the Iranian president alone, and Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif alone. Why did this scene unfold like that? Why did it end up in this unconventional form, instead of the usual image of 2 parties sitting together and signing face-to-face?
There are different mechanisms to complete anything. Initially, it was agreed that it will be initialed. And after the initial, both parties initial, Pakistan will initial, and at that time, it was conceived to be at least like 11th of April, Mr. J.D. Vance and Speaker of Iran and Pakistan will witness as mediator. But subsequently, it was agreed that on 19th, perhaps we meet and but then for the purpose of expediency and saving time, and which is appreciable, President Trump was in France. So 18th night, President Trump signed, followed by Iranian president signing electronically, and then the document was signed in Pakistan by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif. So that completed the document. All three parties have the document, and as I said, I shared the document with ministers of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey today. So there is no harm. That's why the function of 19th of June became irrelevant or redundant. Initially, exchange document there, but even that is fine as long as the work is done. We should all celebrate and be happy and thank Almighty Allah.
It has become existing, and there is an understanding, but the last question may be asked. Are there understandings under the table outside of this memorandum, or is everything that has been communicated public in this memorandum?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Whatever has been agreed so far, this document has dozens of shuttling through Pakistan. One side giving us a proposal, draft, Pakistan sending states proposing amendments, going back to Iran, and these shuttles have taken place almost less than a dozen times. So this is a very well thought out document, acceptable to both parties, facilitation, but it was our responsibility. Many great friends, foreign ministers, my colleagues, have been asking earlier sharing of this interim document, but that was not possible because a mediator is responsibilities like a trustee, and you cannot neither divulge nor share anything, which we did not. But now, since it's done, it's a final document, so we have happily shared with my colleagues. Thank you.
We have reached the end of this special, exclusive interview with Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Ishaq Mohammed Ishaq Dar. And we now return to our studios in Riyadh.